look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. JPEG, JPEG, hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. JPEG, JPEG, hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. JPEG, JPEG. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? What a JPEG is? What a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. JPEG. JPEG, JPEG. Hot dog. Hot dog. JPEG. Hot dog. JPEG. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
JPEG, JPEG, hot dog. Hot dog.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
JPEG, JPEG, hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. JPEG, JPEG. I just want a picture of a. I just want a picture of a. I just want a picture of a. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot. I just want a picture of a god. I just want a picture of a god. I just want a picture of a god. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. A picture. A picture. A picture from a goddamn hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog.
Good morning, Negade with the 4-month resub, and then Master with the Prime sub. Thank you. Good morning. How is everybody? How's everybody doing? Everybody doing good? Ready to get back at it? Not for the squeamish you've been. I didn't need to see that, Tessa. Jeez. Relatable song, though. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. No, ready? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. Dog. It's a great song. You're sad because Seb is retiring. Oh well. Trying to fix the damn audio. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting, Tessa. I don't know what I was expecting. Hey Scissors, what's up? Cool to see you're still streaming. Haven't watched in like 2 years. Gonna be cool to see what new stuff you've learned. Yeah, dude. It's like Scissors. I'll be honest with you. In December 2021, I took some time off from Kerbal. My first real like break from that game in like 8 years or something. But I've been getting back into it over the past like month and a half. I did like 6 months of variety streaming. Just needed a break. Did it for 8 years, you know? But I came back, and when I came back, I figured out ways. Like, I knew ways to break the game before, but I figured out ways to really break the game now. It's great. It's great. Hey, Trippy. What's going on, man? I saw you playing other space builders and stuff. I watched a couple streams. Right on, man. Right on. Stronger, you got 2 kitties yesterday. Got any names? X33 and Venture Star. You're welcome. Been enjoying the KSP content recently, although I don't chat much anymore. Pulse, it's all good, man. You went and done got one of those things, what's it called? A life, yeah. Something I don't have that. I don't have that. Yeah, it's all good, man. No worries. Anyway. Thing 1 and Thing 2. Alright, dudes. I'm getting the music up and we're getting into it. So, Scissors, check this out. I was up real late last night working on this. We need to discuss how difficult this is. You saw it too, huh? Alright. Alright. I was waiting for this one. I was waiting for it. Deep throttling oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle motor is... Oh, I don't hate that. Yep. No, I don't hate that. Watch. Watch. Ready? Boop, boop. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh. Oh, that's pretty neat. Oh man, yeah. I watched this morning, Phil. This is oh my goodness. And then yeet. Dude, we need, like, rocket noise for this. Hold on. It seems weird hearing birds chirp in the background. There we go. I'll mix the sound right. Ready? Huh. Good enough. Dude, that step down, see that? Not easy. See this right here? That's not an easy thing to do. Why is it not an easy thing to do? Okay, so think of a rocket engine like a fire hose, okay? Like a fire hose, like the thing that firemen put into the hydrant, right? And then, right? Think about trying to step down the pressure of a fire hose like that. Think about it like that. That's a good way to describe it. You want a good kind of visualization as to how much prop they're moving. A fire hose is a good example. You know what the crazy part is? It's probably like 3 or 4 times the pressure of a fire hose. But Hypersonic, think about that. Like a fire hose, you need like 4 or 5 guys to hold that thing, right? Now think about trying to control the pressure like that without getting the hose to go, right? Like how do you step the pressure down like that? That's extremely difficult to do. Is that getting as low as 40? It looks like 50 from the graph right here, dude. And I want to point out that they started it at 50, which is... That right there is not... This is a crazy engine. It is tough to do this in real time. Like, that's hard to make an engine throttle like this. That's very difficult. Yeah, Hypersonic, think about it. Because what is a rocket engine, what is a liquid fuel engine like this, but 2 fire hoses going into this thing, and they both need to evap the gas and then expand it out the back, right? Not evap it, they combust it, but you get the idea. Like, trying to control that rate of 2 fire hoses, and the mixture has to stay right. It has to stay perfect. It goes too far in one direction or the other, the engine blows up. Yeah, of course. The step up is just as tough. Like how do you regulate this pressure like that? Dude, that is... How do you make the turbo pumps react in real time like this? Turbo pumps will have inertia. They'll keep spinning. How do you get them to slow down? Think about it, dude. It's difficult. That's really, really, really tough to do. That's damn frigging impressive. That is... Oh. No, it's just these... It's just this. Doing this. Not necessarily the step. I mean, the steps are a tough part. That's why they put these in here in this test, to put the engine through the ringer. But they have a deep throttle right there. And the fact that they can control the engine in real time really bodes well for, like, New Glenn landing. Because you're going to need to step the throttle like that when you're coming in, because you have varying TWR, because the rocket's draining fuel, right? I mean, that is an impressive engine. That's impressive. That is damn impressive. Yes, says this is a big freaking fire hose, man. Like, don't get me wrong, like, it's easy. I'm not gonna say, I don't want to say it's easy, but you know, for like a professional rocket company, especially one like Blue, you know, it's kind of par for the course. But still, like, this should not be understated how difficult this actually is to do. This level of difficulty is industry norm now because of like Merlin engines and Raptor engines and B3U, or not B3Us, B3s. Like, this is modern rocketry, man. This is what you got to be able to do to hold a candle. Like, and that standard is really, really freaking difficult. Hypersonic, like, once again, I ain't no expert on this, man. But I've been reading about this stuff. I've been reading about flow rates and how that all works and how turbo pumps work and how they even connect the rocket engine to the freaking rocket. Dude. Oh, man. These are factors of difficulty here that are just... I have no way to put it into words. Like, you know the amount of engineering that I'm doing on the pad that takes months to get it right? That could be for like one single bolt on a rocket engine. And how many bolts does a rocket engine have holding it together? Then there's pipes. And then there's turbopump housings. And then there's turbopumps. And then there's impeller blades. And then there's you know, there's injector manifolds, and then there's combustion chambers and throats and nozzle, and then cooling channels. Like, every one of those components takes months to figure out. It takes months of quantifying the math and months of data analysis. It is ridiculous. It's like, I don't throw this around a lot. That's a Herculean effort right there. That's unbelievable. And this is what the norm is for, like, the industry. This is the norm for new commercial space, which is damn freaking cool. Look at that. Look at this. Oh, dude, you don't know how difficult that is to do. Oh my goodness. Yeah, scissors, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Getting the rocket engine right, getting even the start right ordered on, it's unbelievable. Getting the start right and just getting to stable combustion, just getting to here is really, really hard. One thing wrong, and it does what Booster 7 does. Only it can do that inside of the engine and blow up the engine. Like, here, I'll show you. You guys, like, hang on. I gotta find it. Like, give me one moment. I can find it. I always forget the name of the dang footage. There's some footage floating around. There's some footage floating around of an engine on a test stand, and the thing popped. Yeah, Relativity too. I mean, yeah, and they're doing it with 3D printed cooling channels, which is just... I can't ever find the damn... I can't ever find the damn footage. It was on a test stand at Marshall. Was it the RS25 vid? No, that video is cool. The highlight reel of RS25s that having like turbine failures and stuff. No, Thomas, it's that footage that's like, it's a 15-minute video and it's like at 2,000 FPS of that methane engine hard starting. You know the video. You've linked me to it before. I just always forget the name of it. The video has a weird name. It's like, oh, Dave and Wendy's methane hard start engine or whatever. It always has a weird name. It's always really difficult to find. But yeah, you gotta, if you look for it, it's out there. Is the room empty because every once in a while your microphone is getting some pretty low frequency feedback? They're paving the road outside of my apartment, Fistus. Yeah. You probably hear the paver grinding up the pavement. Yeah. Dude, I have to go get Tough Enough inspected, and I woke up super early this morning after going to bed at like 2 in the morning. I woke up at like 8. Right? You know, okay, that's 6 hours of sleep. That's not bad. I woke up and I was like, okay, I gotta go get the truck inspected. I don't think it's gonna pass inspection because the wiper motor's broken, but the wiper motor doesn't shut off. I don't know if it'll pass or not, whatever. I just need a sticker on it because I don't want to drive it with no MOT on the highway, or no inspection. MOT is the European way to say it, but that would be very bad. So no, that's not it. That's not it, Tessa, but that is a hard start. Yeah, there it is. There it is. They're grinding up the pavement. I can feel my desk vibrating. So I went out to go and grab the truck and drive it to the inspection garage, right? And like the road is dirt, and I'm like, oh, that's good. I asked the guy on the paver, I'm like, when are you guys gonna pave this road? He's like, right now. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, you hear it right now? I can't believe you can hear that. Like, I can't believe we can get it. Like, I'm at the back of the apartment building. So, like, the road is here, the apartment building's here, and I'm at the back. Which is weird that we can feel that through the ground. Especially since I'm up on, like, the 3rd floor. That's very strange. Yeah, I gotta find a picture of that methane engine hard starting. There's this footage of not getting the... There's this... Ah, man. I gotta bookmark this video next time. You found it? You found it? You got it? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Watch this. This is what happens if you don't get the mixture right. Look at this. So, this is some... I don't know. This is like some slow-mo guy. Methane engine thrust assembly. 4K. There it is again. Watch this. So, you gotta first thing you gotta do is spin up the pumps. So the pumps are spun. Okay. Actually, I don't know if this engine is pressure fed. If it's a pressure fed engine, you have to open up the pre-valves, right? And start getting the propellant mixture. So you guys know that stuff that came out of Booster 7 that caused that backfire. That's what this is. That's atomized propellant right there. And see it flickering? That's no good. See that? That's bad. Oh, where is it, Thomas? No, this is, you know what? This isn't the footage, dude. No, that's not the footage. That's just a hard start and it didn't pop. Yeah, the one that you have there. This is it right here. Gary and Monica Kelly. Yeah, here we go. All right, look. Watch this. This gets rowdy real quick. So, look. It's the same engine that we just saw. But, so, look. You got prop flow. But, actually, you know what? I probably should have showed this when Booster 7 went off. Because this is exactly what happened. They did a spin test, right? And they shot atomized propellant out of the engine. And the atomized propellant found a source of ignition. So, watch what happens here. This propellant finds a source of ignition and it ignites the engine from the inside out. Watch what happens. So you see the flames over there? And keep in mind, this is like 2,000 frames a second or something. Watch this. Oh yeah, from the outside in. Yep. See, look, the atomized propellants found a source of ignition, and look at how quickly that goes. Boom! You blew the freaking injector plate right off the combustion chamber. See how quickly it can go wrong? And what's the frames on this? 4,000 FPS. That's 4,000 frames per second. That's what I mean about this. Hypersonic, this is difficult. You really have to you really have to do it right. And even when you do everything right, if you don't take into account your surroundings, right? Your environment, look. So you see the methane start to combust, all right? You see, because it's blue flames, methane, right? And look at how quickly this goes wrong. So you got ignition, and the propellants are atomizing, and then you'll get basically a runaway. You ever see those videos of like people like where they get like hydrogen gas in like a bottle and they put the match in and it kind of lights for a second and then it goes dunk? That's exactly what happened here. Watch. Look at that. Did you see that? Look at how quickly you can just barely see that the atomized propellants here are starting to combust because of the heat. And then you get a detonation inside of the engine. That's what a hard start is. Look at the detonation wave. See that? That's a detonation. It's got rod knock for the car people. That's literally what's going on here. It's got rod knock. So that sucked all the prop out of the combustion chamber and the pressure wave hit the flange where the combustion chamber attaches to the injector, and that's it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Not designed for that chamber pressure. You had a pressurized detonation inside of this. A grenade went off inside of the engine, basically. Well, not a grenade. Thermobaric bomb went off inside of the rocket engine. That's the right way to say that. Yeah, that's the rocket equivalent of visiting Rodney. Yep, that's hole in the block. Now, the cool thing about this is, if you're interested, the cool thing about this video is that the injector plate's still going. You can't shut it off. Like, not 4,000 FPS, not that fast. All this happened like that. It happened in less than the time it took to snap my fingers. Because this is 4,000 frames a second. Right? And we're watching it in 24 frames a second. We're watching 4,000 FPS at 24 frames a second, and it takes an hour and 14 minutes. This was probably 5 seconds. Probably 5 seconds of ignition and failure. Well, somebody could do the math. But, look, the injector plate's still going. The injector plate is still on. Because it doesn't shut it off. The computers are controlling the rocket, and I don't think the computer has realized what has happened just yet. But look, because of that initial detonation, right? You're getting pressure waves. See how it's flashing? You made a pulse jet. This is a pulse jet, like a V1. You inadvertently made a buzz bomb because you blew the rocket's combustion chamber off. Look at, isn't that crazy? Do you understand general relativity? Sure, Olifanti. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Freaking pulse jet. A pulse jet with no valve. Is that nuts? You know how much power you need to do that? Oh, there's a piece. There's a couple pieces going. Hey, Andy, thanks for the raid. Who kaboomed a rocket this time? No, nobody did. Nobody did. This is an old video. This is an old video of an engine hard start. Hellfish, this is... I'm going to assume you just got here. This is the rocket equivalent of visiting Rodney. I'll show you again. Andy, you'll appreciate this. So, this is exactly what happened with Booster 7, fellas. Booster 7 did a spin start test, and they shot atomized propellant onto the pad, and it found a source of ignition. Watch this. Yeet! Uh-oh. Yep, it visited Rodney. Oh, that's... Dude, that's hard to watch. That's difficult to watch, man. See, this is why SpaceX wanted to inspect Booster 7. They wanted to make sure that none of the rocket engines did this. Yeah. Oh, look at it destroy the outer TPS on that rocket. You see all that crap coming off of the nozzle? Dude, you know how big of an explosion you need to do this? These are metal pipes. There's no flex joints here because it's on a fixed test stand. Look. That's all straight metal. There's no flex joints here. And it bent them like freaking rubber. Unfreaking real. But see, check this out. Look. The injector plate. See, the injector's still on. And it's spraying prop into this flame, right? And it meets that source of ignition. And it combusts, right? And when it combusts, you get an extremely big expansion of pressure. Like, it's really high pressure and it expands really, really quickly. And that creates a temporary vacuum that atomizes more propellant and gets it to pop again. So it's doing a pulse jet. This is what the V1 rocket did. Bop, 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 bop. This probably made a hell of a noise, man. Look at that. Look at, you can dude, I'm not sure if this is a det or a combustion. I'm pretty sure that's detonation because the pressure, you can see the pressure waves. That's what the flashing is. Going to build a pulse jet in the new house? Oh, I don't know, man. Maybe. Oh, that is gnarly, dude. But look at that. Look at the injector. Isn't that cool? This became a very, very impromptu power pack test. There's the hum again. It's a pulse jet without a chamber. Tessa, the fact that that's doing that without a chamber is... You know how much brute force you need to create pressure detonation waves in rapid succession like that? That injector is moving a lot of propellants. And the reason why I bring this up, fellas... The reason why I bring all this up is because Blue Origin released this video today. It doesn't have sound, so you can just hear the burbs chirping, but... Consider all that And then consider what that BE4 is doing on the test stand at Van Horn. Look at this. Watch the diamonds. Watch. Ready? Yeah. Step down, deep throttle, below 50%. Step it up to 75. Yep. Oh, that's so goddamn impressive. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, Raptor can do stuff like this. Sure. Merlin can do stuff like this. But neither of those engines are an oxygen-rich methane stage combustion. This motor is like if you took a shuttle engine and an RD-180 and combined them and then put them on crack. Like, this is damn impressive. Yeah, they gave us a stripped down graph of the throttle buckets. Look at this. Look at this. Hellfish, look at that. Think about how hard it is to step that down. Hellfish, think about what the damn fuel map looks like to do this. That's no joke. To step the throttle down like that, oh my goodness. That is damn impressive. I got to give credit where credit is due. That's impressive. That's really, really hard to do this. And it's really hard to do this and not have that happen. And remember, Blue is running an oxygen-rich engine. The BE4 is oxygen-rich stage combustion, like an RD-180, but with methane, not with kerosene. So you're using fully cryogenic propellants, and think about with a methane engine, all right? Consider this for a second. The methane engine, you see Starship. How big is Starship's oxidizer tank to the methane tank? They're delivering an insane amount of oxygen. Because Elon even insists that it's called refilling, not refueling, because you're primarily refilling oxygen, right? With Starship, if they get like on-orbit refueling figured out, you're delivering way more oxygen in an oxygen-rich stage combustion. You're delivering way more oxidizer. You have a regular turbo pump that's pumping methane, and then you have a pre-burner on the oxidizer pump. So you need to deliver like twice the amount of oxygen that you would normally need. Couple that with the ideal kind of air to fuel, oxidizer to fuel ratio with an engine like that. They're delivering a lot more LOX than anything, right? And like I said, so is Starship, because methane do be like that. But if you're using oxygen rich, imagine how hot that engine gets. If you lean out a rocket engine, it'll melt. It will melt. We saw that happen with Raptor when Starship tried to land. You got the green flames. What the green flames was the engine getting too hot and melting itself from the inside out. It was melting the copper. Copper burns green. Same engine, but running hydrolox. Nice. That's cool. Isn't that crazy? It's the 10 to 50 drops that get me. Not getting the pumps fluid hammer. Yeah, Tessa, that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you control the RPM on a turbine like this? What do the pressure regulators look like on this thing? And how can they make how the heck do they make that pressure regulator work like that, if that's what's going on? Is there like a rotor brake on the turbines to get it to do that? I wouldn't do that. That would create way too much heat. It would melt the turbine from the inside out. Like, how do you do it? Like, don't get me wrong. I know how to do it, but I'm trying to think about it. Like, it's difficult. And when I say I know how to do it, I mean I've read about it a couple of times. I am no expert, and I could never do this. Not by myself, that's for sure. I would need help. Yeah, we'll talk more about that for Space News. I'll go over it again during Space News. I want to show you guys this. So, I understand that at this point, people aren't used to me streaming until midnight. And those are words I never thought I'd say. But we worked on this until midnight last night. I put 13 hours in yesterday, and guess what? We're putting 13 hours again in today, because I want these SSTOs flying by the end of this week. That's right, Hypersonic. You're damn right. Yeah, Tessa, tell me something I don't know. So, check this out. I completely redid the entire launch box for this pad last night. This is a new upgraded design using thermo bearings and hybrid tech to have basically non-driftable hydraulics. This thing doesn't drift. It doesn't drift. The launch box doesn't. Now, don't get me wrong. The Strongback is still on regular hydros. It's on regular hydraulics. Regular robotics, excuse me. No Kraken tech for this because you don't really need that. You don't really need hybrid tech here. It's more about the launch box. But we had a couple of crazy innovations. I had a couple of crazy innovations with toggling action groups. Did you hear that the Russians are leaving the So, I had kind of an epiphany last night. What I did was I put Kraken Tech pegs right here. And see, when the launch box rotates into position, this finds itself into this, that RCS rotates into position and it goes into the slot. But the thing is, the launch plate's coming in from the side. So I was like, man, it's gonna collide. I would need to turn this, right? So it catches the thing like that. And then I had kind of a crazy idea. The crazy idea is to just have this held in position, like, or just toggle the colliders off on this. We know by making hybrid tech in the first place that we could set same vessel collision off and on. So I have these two RCS pegs set to shut off with action group 2. I can basically unlock the thing, right? So when the launch box is moving into position, this thing will clip through the thermometer and seat correctly, and then I hit turn the vessel collision back on, and they lock into place. And then I had another idea. The other idea, and this is one that has yet to be tested, is I was looking at pictures of the X33 pad all yesterday, and I was like, how do I get this? How do I figure all this stuff out? And then I noticed something, all right? So right here, see this right here at the very end? That's hollow. It's a hollow box with a solid piece of steel in there. And then it's hollow on the other end. See, it's hollow on each side of that big steel piece, and that thing was welded. That thing was goosed in there. A lot of welds. That's a very heavy weld. You can tell because they scorched the outside. Right? So if we look at other pictures of the pad, hey, bird. If we look at other pictures, you can see that there's a keyway in there. It's a square peg, right? And then there's hollow space over here. So that tells me when the X33's pad was in the vertical position, there was a hydraulic somewhere down here that pushed a steel rod, or a steel peg, I guess, a square peg, through that hole there. And then there was probably one of these guys, a gusset like this, that fits in this. It fits in here and has that square peg in it, and it locks the pad. It locks the launch box to the pad in the vertical position. Because when the rocket engine goes off, if you didn't have a lock mechanism here, your hydraulics aren't going to hold that thing in place. When you go to launch, the entire thing will tilt. And that's exactly the problem that we had with the SSTOs in the past. That was one of the big problems with the launch pad. I'd go to launch the SSTO and it would kind of go that way because the whole pad would tilt at ignition, right? Square peg, round hole. Yeah. So I need to play this lawn mowing simulator. I'm about to do that, and it ain't about to be a simulator, Tessa. So I had an idea. What I wanted to do was make a Kraken Tech keyway right here and do the same thing with hybrid tech. But this toggling the colliders on this gave me another idea. Why don't I just put a cup here, right? To mimic the keyway. Instead of building a complicated robotic and a housing and everything, I just have a thermal bearing facing down right here. And when these are not, this is attached to the pad, see that? And when the pad is in the vertical position, I just toggle collision on these parts. If you toggle collision, it'll lock the pad in position. It can't move. The hybrid tech bearings will hold it in place. So we figured out a way to keep the pad completely centered and completely straight up, even during a rocket, even during a launch. It won't pivot. It won't do it. Now, keep in mind, or at least that's theoretical. I haven't proven it yet. We got to prove that today. I spent last night basically getting everything figured out to get this thing working correctly. So what I need to do is a couple of things. I need to go into subassemblies, and the first thing I need to do with the LV5A subassemblies is take this modified SSTO with the launch pegs and stuff on it, and I need to basically overwrite. This is the LV5A Hybrid Tech upgrade. This marks changes for the Hybrid Tech SSTO upgrade. And I'm going to overwrite the one that I had. Save. Overwrite. This should be 425 parts or something. It should be a little bit more than what I had there because I added some things to it, like hold downs on the SSTO. Yeah, 426. Perfect. Good number. All right, so let's get rid of that, right? EJ, you're 3 hours ahead of me and I'm just getting up. Well, back to lurking. All right, man, enjoy your breakfast. I know it's been a while since cities, but did you see Saudi Arabia's The Line? It's a long city with Epcot-like transportation logic. Oh, it auto-populated. Somebody linked this up, Denny, the other day. And wait. Yeah, I saw you guys talking about it in chat, but I wanted to finish working on this, but what? I don't. Too much money. I'll be honest with you guys. If I had the disposable income that the Saudis have, you can call me a piece of crap. I'd probably be doing this. I'd probably be playing cities in real life too, wouldn't you? Like, if you had $1 trillion to spend, you might as well invest it into building something like this. Guys, those guys, like the Saudis, UAE, Dubai, those guys basically play cities. They play cities for fun. And I can't say that I wouldn't do the same thing if I had that much money. That would be very hypocritical of me. I absolutely would. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, floating. You know what? That's a good point. I would play cities on the moon. Huh. So, there's going to be a centralized transportation line, right? Centralized transportation. You separate the forms of transportation. Cars and trains are on their own level, separated from each other. Service layers below that. Pedestrians up top. Separate out the modes of transportation. That is like Epcot. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Oh, please do this. It's kind of crazy. That's kind of a nutso idea. 20 minutes to 170 kilometers. Dude, that's actually pretty neat. And it looks like they have roundabout mass transit hubs. See that? Roundabout mass transit hubs. Hey Maxery, do you think the cities of the future should allow individual transport, or should it completely rely on public? Max, I've always been. So I have a theory about this, and it mostly stems from Epcot. Like Walt Disney's original ideas for Epcot. That was such a smart idea. I am not a champion of any one particular way of transportation. I think of cars, trains, boats, planes, helicopters. Am I missing anything? I think I got all of it. Every one of those is a tool in your tool belt as a civil engineer. That is a tool in your tool belt. Why is my power flickering? That's... Oh, it's just a frayed cable on the light. Huh. Well, those didn't last too long. Jeez, those lights are brand new. Anyway, buses, yeah, they're all tools in your tool belt as a civil engineer and an urban planner. I don't think we should all do public transportation. Now, nor do I think it should be just entirely cars. So entirely cars, an example of a city like that would be Los Angeles. You have massive congestion, and smog, for whatever reason, really likes to just stay in the LA basin the entire time. And don't get me wrong, you'd still get smog no matter what. It's just kind of how the wind blows over there in Southern California. Smog just gets stuck between two mountain ranges in the LA basin, and, you know, that's just that. I mean, I'm not saying it's a good or a bad. Well, it's pretty much a bad thing, but you get the idea. So, LA is a good example of too many cars. That's too much decentralized transportation, right? There should be a nice balance, and this is what Epcot was supposed to plan out. Walt Disney didn't want to just make a damn amusement park down in Florida. Actually, he came up with an idea. And this is off of the Epcot project. If you just Google the original Epcot, there it is, that picture right there. He came up with an idea of separating out each transportation system and then finding out what was the most efficient way to use said transportation system, right? Just like what the line is supposed to do. That's why I said it's a good idea. So, Epcot came up with this idea of separating light and heavy traffic. So, heavy traffic, trucks, delivery vans, whatever. The heavy traffic stays on its own dedicated lane, and every trucker right now that watches the stream is going, "Oh, please, for the love of God, do that." So, the trucks and the warehouses were on the lowest level, right? And then you had cars, decentralized transportation down here. You had cars below that, and then you had parking with those cars. And then on top of that, you had a pedestrian layer, just like what the line is supposed to do. I guarantee you they took ideas from this. Then you have the pedestrians here. And then on top of that, you have a train layer. And then obviously up on top of that, up in the sky, you have helicopters, right? Max, I think the right way to do it is to separate out every form of transportation. Why? Why would I want this? I think this is a good idea because every single one of these types of transportation has something to offer. There is always an application where a train is going to make more sense than a car. Simultaneously, there's always going to be an application where a car makes more sense than a train. Or a truck and a bus makes more sense than walking. Or, a helicopter makes more sense than walking. That's an extremely rare one, but either way. I like the way that Epcot set this up because it championed maximum flexibility. You can literally do whatever you want. Like, you can take whatever transportation system is offered in the best form. Cars are efficient to a certain extent compared to everything else. You don't want cars for long distance travel like what you get in LA. That's not good. Cars are more for localized destinations, local decentralized destinations. So they're kind of, believe it or not, they're kind of synonymous in function with walking, but the distances are a little bit further. Now, if you live in Europe, you know good and well that there are some scenarios where cars make no freaking sense. You'd have a bike or just walk, right? That makes sense in certain cases. But biking and walking makes no sense in Los Angeles. You probably get run over, right? That makes no sense. So I look at these different kind of ways that cities are set up, and then I looked at this Epcot idea, and I'm like, this is a good idea. This is a good way to do things. You separate everything out. Build your city like a layered cake, and that way, every form of transportation works. Where it makes sense to use a car, you would use a car. Where it makes sense to walk, you would walk. Where it makes sense to take a train, you would take a train. And then on top of that, you still need the logistics. You still need people delivering food. You still need buses on top of that. You still need people delivering. You still need to have an industrial base, obviously, right? Keep that all separated from cars and walking and bikes and trains, and then helicopters on top of that. If you keep them separated, it optimizes each type of transportation for the best traffic flow. That way, you can always choose. You can choose what type of system you want. I don't think it's all about centralized transportation, and I don't think it's about decentralized transportation either. I think the best option is to build all of them. Have your city champion every form of transportation. Now, don't get me wrong, that's a hard thing to do. Los Angeles ain't going to do something like this. They would need a subway station that's comparable to their highway system, and we all know that's not happening. Simultaneously, a place like Rotterdam is not going to build the super highways that you see in Los Angeles either. That ain't working. That's not going to work that way. You'd have to literally start over. You'd have to start over. And Los Angeles would have to start over if they wanted to have a mass transit system that was as good as their roadway system. And before anybody from Southern California says anything, dude, your highway system is good. Your highway system is fine. It's just, it was designed for half the population of the city. That's the problem. If you move around Los Angeles at night, you can get anywhere in the city. Anywhere in LA County, you can go anywhere in like 45 minutes. The highway system is fantastic. It's just there's way too many people. See what I mean, Max? It's a theory that I have that you can't champion all trains. It can't be all public transportation. But it can't be all cars either. Finding a balance that champions each form of transportation in its own regard, like where it makes sense, where it's the best application, is the right move. Cars, like I said, cars are better than pedestrians in certain examples. Like in the US, nobody walks anywhere. Except if you're in the cities, right? On the coasts. Out in the middle of the country, they can't walk because it's like 50 miles to town, and you live out on the farm that's like a 100-acre farm. You ain't walking anywhere. It'll take literally a week to walk to town. Screw that. That doesn't make any sense. That's where decentralized travel makes a lot more sense, right? So cars, albeit electric or gasoline, whatever, and if you champion every form of transportation in its best regard, even if some of these have carbon emissions, right? So like cars with gasoline engines or diesel trucks, if you champion every form of transportation where it makes the most sense, your carbon footprint will go down. Absolutely. Because you won't have something like Los Angeles where everybody needs a car to go somewhere and you have mass decentralized power in an urban area. And when I say decentralized power, I mean cars, decentralized transportation, right? And then you just get a huge traffic jam and you have a million cars idling in the middle of your city. It just makes a nice smog cloud over your city, right? Championing every form of transportation where it makes the most sense is the right move. And every urban planner knows what I'm talking about. Exactly, Marrakesh, using the right type of rocket. You don't want to use an Electron rocket to get people to the moon. That doesn't make any sense. Now, if you want to launch a CubeSat to the moon, Electron's really good at doing that, am I right? But you're going to need a Saturn V. There's no getting around it. We need diesel trucks. There's no getting around that. We need diesel trucks to move supplies around. There's no getting around that. Unless we invent like a mass factorio conveyor belt system for a city where a conveyor belt delivers goods to your front door, that ain't happening. Diesel trucks ain't going anywhere. They're not going anywhere for a good while. And even Tesla with the electric semi, right? Like, that's good, but you're still going to need to generate that power some way or one way or another. And that power usually goes back to diesel hydrocarbons, which kind of sucks, but hey, do you want to surrender convenience? I don't. If we do this makes people see over time that there are more efficient ways to do things. It doesn't try to get people to force people into using trains or force people into using cars or force people into using trucks, right? This way champions every single type of system. And through rapid prototyping of a system like this, you can figure out the most efficient ways to do certain tasks over time, and you can really optimize your city. You can literally min-max the transportation in your city. Now, don't get me wrong. That's an effort that takes decades. It takes decades. People have been trying to figure this out for years. The problem is we can't rapidly prototype transportation systems. That's why I like the idea of Epcot so much, because that's what Epcot was supposed to do. It was supposed to rapid prototype transport systems to figure out which one worked the best, because Walt Disney was good at making theme parks. And when you have a theme park, you need to be able to move people around the quickest to get from attraction to attraction. People don't want to wait in line. See what I'm saying? So you need to kind of create a turnstile effect. And every Walt Disney park is engineered to this spec. They're all engineered like this. Where, it's very... I was about to say it's very rare to wait in line at a Disney park, but that's not really the case anymore, is it? It's almost like they've had these really awesome ideas and threw them out the window with FastPass, but that's another story. See what I'm talking about? Maxie, I don't mean to talk your ear off. I'm guessing you weren't expecting a long question like that, but I don't think centralized transport is a good idea. I don't think decentralized transport is a good idea. I think we need to champion every single way. If we champion every single form of transportation where it is the most efficient, then your carbon footprint will go down. We will find a better symbiosis with our planet. And people can still have cars. People can still drive around in their big diesel trucks and have flames shooting everywhere out the top if you want. You could do that. But there'll be scenarios where that big diesel truck, you have it because you like it, so you use it on the weekends. It's a fun thing to have. And then you could take the train to work. Because taking the truck into a place like this makes no sense. It's a pain in the butt, right? See what I mean? Yeah, there are ways to champion certain forms of transportation where people can choose what to do what they want. And if you let people choose, they'll naturally gravitate, space puns, they'll naturally gravitate to the most efficient form of transportation. Just like I was about to say just like what they did in Europe, but you guys don't really have an option because you have no space, but you get the idea. Anyway, back to the pad. That makes sense, dude? Alright, so I'm going to get this pad prepped and ready, and we're going to put this one out over at the launch pad. We're going to see what it does. Did you know that in Venezuela gas is like 4 cents per gallon? Yeah, domestic oil production, Tessa. Not Tessa, Taradra. Yeah. So? Sorry, I was reading what Tessa said when I was responding to you. You should rename this pad the Land Cruiser. Nice. Imagine the line as a ring in space. Tessa, they had a vehicle in the 80s that could have done stuff like that. But we wanted to make it safer, not more reliable. Why don't we just take this and put it over there? Yeah. Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, Taradra, the gas in Venezuela is so ridiculously cheap because of mass centralized oil production. They have socialist policy when it comes to their gas wells and stuff, which is fine. And gas might be really, really freaking cheap. But gas can be really, 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 really cheap when you get taxed like 80% and can't afford a car. Of course, you're going to exceed production. They have too much gas. They have to export at that point. If gas is 4 cents a gallon, you didn't do your supply chains correctly. Think about it. 4 cents a gallon to take dinosaur bones and pump them out of the ground in liquid form and then deliver it to a gas pump that gets to your car? 4 cents to do all that? Nope. I don't look at that and be like, oh my god, that's such a good idea. I look at that and say, no, you screwed something up. Something is very wrong here. See what I'm talking about? Something's very wrong. If dude, even if I went to the gas station here in the States and I saw gas at 4 cents a gallon, I'd be like, that's gotta be a typo. And if it wasn't a typo, I'd be like, oh gosh, the world's ending. We're screwed. Price fluctuation, dude, I'm not an economist, but I know enough to know that price fluctuations like that and seeing stuff that just doesn't make sense, right? It's too good to be true. That's too good to be true. No, something else must be going on there. And you could say that's weird of me, but I mean, it's the truth. Like, something, 4 cents a gallon? No, that's because they tax the hell out of everybody and they're producing way too much oil. So what does that do? That just gets the people that run the oil companies a lot more money, and great, you have gas at 4 cents a gallon, but no one can afford a damn car. Alright, let's get this pad out there. Gas is so cheap because of the embargo. They can't get enough of their own oil out through the black market. See what I mean? I told you they had to export. Dude, this whole thing is a balance. The whole thing, the whole economy like that is a gigantic balancing act. If something goes too far in one direction or another, that means you screwed something up. Just like out-of-family telemetry for a rocket. If your chamber pressure goes way higher than you expected, you don't just sit there and watch your rocket engine pop, right? Like, it's like, oh, it's gonna break. All right. I mean, sometimes people do that, which is pretty stupid, but for seeing something like that, Roger, that just tells me that something's wrong. And I'll be honest, I don't know enough about economics to really say like what's wrong there. But I see something like that, dude. That's too good to be true. Something ain't right here. Don't go Thanos on us, okay? They should use less oil and use more propane, I tell you. I don't feel good, Mr. EJ. Also, the oil in Venezuela is real thick. It's almost like tar. Yeah, it's because they don't know how to refine it correctly, Tessa. Are the wages comparable between the U.S. and Venezuela? That's the reason. Well, Tarsus, no. I would say probably not. If I had to guess, right? I'm going to get this thing ready to go while I'm talking about this. I'd have to guess that they're probably not comparable. No, not in any way, shape, or form. But how's the quality of life? I mean, if we're gonna play that game, right? What's the quality of life in Venezuela like? From what I understand, it's not very good. Propane-powered cars. Hot sell propane and propane accessories. Fellas, look, I see something like that and I automatically default to something's too good to be true. It's like when you go on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, right? Think about this for a second. It's like when you go on these sites. These sites are free. If it's free, how do you make money? Well, they make money off selling your data. If a website is free, you're the product. You. Right? It's always too good to be true. There's always a gimmick. I see gas like that being that cheap. No, that's too good to be true. Something's wrong here. It's just my skeptical brain, dude. That's just how my stupid brain works. Like, I'm not trying to say anything about how Venezuela runs the country. I don't care. It's not my problem. You know what I mean? If it's good, bad, that ain't my department. But I see something like that, I do know it's too good to be true. I'm like, okay. Alright, so we hit 2 to unclide this, right? And then we're going to hit 1 again. And this thing will pop into socket. Perfect. Alright, so the next thing we got to do to get this thing ready for the SSTO is lock this out. Okay, we're locked out. What's the pitch angle on our attachment point? It's 0.3. Not ideal. 0.2. Maybe I can some way. That's 232. Hold on one second, fellas. I think there's a change that I forgot to make to the cow controller loops. This should be 233. Like that. Copy that. Paste that. Reset our cow controller. And then do this. Oh, okay. They certainly don't have too many people building rockets on KSP for fun. Yeah, Scissors, what do you think of this? It's a launch pad, man. Full launch pad. Don't get me wrong, this launch pad had a lot of problems. It used to blow things up, but now I'm trying to fix all those problems. So, for the people that don't know, the reason why I'm jumping back into SSTOs and why I want to screw with this all of a sudden is because I figured out a way to basically fix the problems with the SSTOs. I could sit here and go on a rant for how much I needed to change, what I needed to do. The long story short is I figured out, when I took a break from Kerbal and I came back, I figured out a way to basically fix all the problems with the SSTOs with the SSTO program. The problem with the SSTO program was not the SSTOs. The two SSTOs, the big one and the small one, fly great, with the exception of the big one landing and blowing up, right? Which, I fixed that problem, right? The problem with the SSTO program was I couldn't get the pads working exactly how I wanted. This new innovation that I figured out, using same vessel collision on physics-less parts coupled with robotics, makes it so the pads are extraordinarily reliable. But I did notice a problem here. We're stuck at pitch up 3 if I do the collision on that thing. So that tells me that this isn't perfectly aligned. This thing needs to move a smidge to the left. And then it looks like if I hit collision on this again and we turn on the colliders here, it needs to go down. It needs to go back and to the left. Back and to the left. Because our pitch angle is too high there. So we're going to need to do some minor modifications to that. The next thing I need to do, guys, is go and mess with the SSTO. I got to change the mastercraft file around. I got to change the mastercraft file around so I can get it to work with this new pad. Hey Ben, what's going on? Hey Ben. Hey Ben. Ben. They need to go this way, and it needs to go that way just a smidge, and it needs to go down just a smidge. Just like that. And then this cow controller right here needs to be 233. Why is this cheaper in the SPH than in the VAB? I haven't tried hybrid tech and ground anchors hypersonic, but yeah, we theoretically, yes. It's got strut length, struts that get messed up. Yeah, maybe. That's the only thing I can really think hypersonic. That means there's a rogue strut somewhere around here. But I don't see any. Those are all supposed to be there. I hope I don't have a strut that's supposed to be in the wrong spot then. That means this thing isn't going to work right. So warm. There's more space in the SPH, so the rental costs are higher. Yeah, I never noticed that. That's very strange. But see, switching like this, why would that cause this to glitch out like that? 596, 271. Huh. Well, that's peculiar. That's strange. Not to be that chatterbug, can we expect a launch today? Yes. That's the plan. That's the master plan. I mean, here's what I'm going to say. I will attempt a launch today. I will attempt one. Yeah, we will attempt one. There's no guarantees there, man. Because... yeah. Oh, it switched, guys. I moved it over there and it went to 597, 846. The price of... I want to investigate as to why that's happening, Tessa, but I also want to get the pad working. I hope that's not a glitch or something. Inflation these days is wild, am I right? So, yeah, Hip, you're either going to get a launch or you're going to get an explosion. Either way, we're all going to have a lot of fun, right? Like, right? Am I right? Okay, so the first thing we got to do is get the launch box into the launch configuration. So that requires, not recalls, undoing the collider there. 3-dimensionality tax. Yes. So we had a prototype system. What I'm trying to do is hold the front of the SSTO together onto the erector. I'm trying to hold it in position with this Kraken bearing right here. Right? We're trying to hold it. And hopefully that will make the SSTO work with the erector correctly, because I did get this thing attached to the box last night. And then the thing is, when we got it attached to the box, as soon as I undid the auto strut from locking out that G11 hinge, this thing couldn't hold it up anymore. So, yeah, let's get this thing into integration config and let's go from there. Can we have a launch and an explosion? Sure. So I missed the discussion, but why have you been working on old infrastructure? Draco, I think that... Okay. So, I'm moving on Sunday. Sunday is when we start moving. Don't get me wrong, I'll still be here for Space News. We have the apartment that we're moving from. The lease goes until August 31st, and our first mortgage payment is on Monday. So, oh dear. Yeah, see? Now it's at 0-0. Perfect. So I kind of wanted to do something cool for this last week. I wanted to do something fun. Get back to kind of, where we were in Kerbal before I started taking a break. Like playing it a lot, mission mode, stuff like that. I'm trying to get myself kind of back into the deadline groove of things, because I want, on the other side of the move, and we're going to push MLV and I'm going to get it done. I'm going to push that project and I'm going to get that thing finished really fast so we can use it in mission mode. I want to go back to doing deadlines in mission mode. That was fun. I enjoyed it. It is stressful, but it is fun, right? That went to 0.1. Dang it. That thing needs to be perfectly aligned. Alright. So, I had the idea, okay, I'm moving, I want to do a good stream, I want to have a good week of streaming. The idea that I had was to basically take the project that I had probably, like, what was my best work streaming from this apartment? What was the best thing that we did? I think it's the SSTO. That was the coolest thing that I did from 2018 to 2022. The SSTO program, and the Freedom Rocket was cool. Freedom 7 and Freedom 10 were cool. Dart was not cool. That wasn't fun. I think that's one of the coolest things that we did. So, the SSTO is the swan song for the apartment. So, it was the coolest thing that I did while I was here. So, believe it or not, I started thinking about this, and it's almost like I'm a creature of habit. I did the same thing with the shuttle when I moved. With Collins, we worked on it for a week before I moved into the apartment, right? So I figured let's get the SSTO working with all the new stuff that we have, the big one and the small one, which is why I need to go fast. And, let's have a good send-off. Let's have a good send-off for the apartment. Getting the SSTOs to work correctly. I think that would be fun. Or I thought that would be fun. So that's what we're doing this week. It's Thursday. Is it Thursday? Thursday? Yeah, it's Thursday. I have Friday, which I'm going to be late for tomorrow's stream because I have the final walkthrough for the house, basically where we get the keys, right? And then Saturday to get this and the big SSTO running. I'm going to do it. We're going to do it. This is stock, Scissors. Yeah, it's stock with the the two DLCs. Yep. More like fart, am I right? Yeah. Well, Minchip wasn't the apartment. I did Minchip in 2017 into 2018, which was I was still living with my parents. Brimo and I moved here in September of 2018. That's when Brimo moved to Boston. Come September 31st, I will have lived in this apartment for 4 years exactly. We basically, our last day of the lease here is the same day that we moved in 4 years ago. Weird coincidence, but get Tough Enough inspected. Jared, I woke up early this morning to go get the damn thing inspected, and they're grinding up the road outside. Yep. Unless I want the entire vehicle caked with tar and asphalt. Nope. I'm not sure. The brief time where we did operational missions with Condor was nice. Well, Blueland, yeah, actually, in May of 2020, we did fix Condor's pad, and we were using it for DM2, remember? Well, of course you remember that. You're the one that just said it. Yeah, RT, 4 years living in the apartment. I missed the Bruins jersey. It's been there the entire time, dude. Apologies, my apartment is a freaking mess. It looks like a bomb went off in here because we're packing. Alright. Load up LV5A Block 3. Where are you? You're over there. Yeah. They're redoing the road, Jared. So, like, I walked outside this morning and the paver is laying asphalt, like, right in front of the apartment. And we live on a side road. It's not like a main road. So, it's only a little 2-lane road. And I went outside and I'm like, okay. Yeah, that's that. Okay. Alright, well. Block 4. Block 4, baseline config. We last worked on this on September 14th, 2021, almost a year ago. 728, 22. Hybrid, tech, upgrade, optimized. Config. Payload capacity is 2 tons because it's a freaking SSTO. Yep. Maybe you can get it done another day. Well, okay, so fellas, tomorrow we have the final home inspection. We're gonna go do the home inspection. That shouldn't take more than an hour, and the home inspection is at 10. I usually start at 12, right? So that gives me a 2-hour window. So we'll do the home inspection, drive home, and then I'll get the truck inspected because the road should be good by tomorrow. Actually, what's tomorrow? No, they said they're still going to be paving the damn road tomorrow. I'm in a long dead end, right? So the apartment is kind of at the end of a long dead end road, which is annoying. So the street is like a mile long, and it has no outlet on one side. They blocked it off because it goes to a main road. And they blocked it off because people were using it as a way to get around the main road. So people complained a long time ago, and they blocked it off. So our apartment is like right there. It's right by that blocked off area. It's not exactly at it, so I couldn't get away with parking on the street on the main road. It's like 4 or 5 houses in. So there's like house, apartment block, house. And the only other outlet to the road is like a mile that way, right? So they're paving like a half mile today and a half mile tomorrow, and the road is basically shut until then. Like, of course that's happening when I absolutely need the truck to get inspected. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't that happen? Right? Like, obviously. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. I'll figure it out. If we have to do it next week, we got to do it next week. It is what it is. Don't freak out. It's just, of course that happens, but hey. Oh well. And the road would be soft for a week too. Yeah, I don't want to drive like the Mustang up on it, Tessa. If I can help it. Like, I wouldn't mind driving the truck up on it, but I don't want to cake the undercarriage of the truck, which is like a nice mint California truck, like with no rust on it. I don't want to cake it in freaking tar. I just fixed that damn thing, It's a government conspiracy, man. Yeah. All right, so let me go in here like this, and I'm going to get that subassembly of the SSTO that we were using a second ago. I'm going to get a subassembly of that thing out, the one that we were using as a mock-up for the pad. And, yeah, see? HT upgrade. We're going to bring that in. Just leave it right there for a moment. And then just temporarily, I'll attach this to jet truck. Also, the damn docking port is upside down. Now, once again, I use this thing as a mock-up just to see where stuff goes, or just to place stuff for the new pad. I have to make these upgrades to the master craft file. Like, this is the... Oh my god. Yeah, see, I don't care about any of that. This was just, like I said, just a mock-up. Maybe I can get it without messing with those struts. I'm just... Yeah, Tessa, the freaking truck is, truck will sink in the damn pavement because the thing is like 4,000 pounds. Thing's an absolute chunker of a heavy-duty truck. Like, sometimes, dude, I mean, you've driven over a curb in a car, right? It's a little bit of a bump, dude. But that truck, I drove it off of a curb the other day because I had it in my parents' front yard, right? When I was working on it, because I didn't want to lay on hot pavement when I was fixing stuff with the fuel lines and stuff. I didn't want to lay on hot pavement, especially with gasoline. So I parked it on the grass, right? And I drove it up the curb into the front lawn, right? And when I was backing the thing out, man, when we went off the curb, you can really hear this thing, boom, come down when the rear wheels get off the curb. It's not just like, thunk, thunk. It's like, like, you could feel the weight of that truck going off the curb. Comparatively to, like, I mean, I've driven cars up on curbs because I live in the city. You drive up on curbs, you park halfway on the curb and stuff like that. It's not that bad in the Mustang. When I drive the Mustang slow off and I don't scrape the undercarriage, but the Mustang's just like, doop, 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 doop. The truck's like, boom, boom, when it goes off the curb, man. Is there an example of an in real life towing jet truck? Yeah, actually, yes, there is. There you go. Why does every new Twitch update makes things worse? New app on TV doesn't go to rated streamers channel anymore, it just ends the stream. No need to reply, just wanted to vent. Yeah, see, there's your jet truck. But does it tow? Oh, tow? No, it doesn't do that. Gabe, if I have to guess, whoever thought it was a good idea to implement that feature either doesn't watch Twitch or is a vocal minority. I've noticed that. In this day and age, corporations are so worried about getting your attention that any bad press, they're like, oh, no, you can't have any bad press. So if somebody's complaining about something, they're going to bend over backwards for them to keep the business, right? It's probably because just everything is so competitive nowadays, like, people's attention goes all over the place. It's really easy to lose someone's attention. Like, I can tell just by looking at my view counts. Not everybody likes seeing me engineer stuff all day. People like seeing the rockets launch. That's fair, right? But I don't bend over backwards to get people's attention. You know what I mean? I do what I have to do, and the payout later happens when it happens. You know. Whatever happened to any press is good press. Some corporations don't believe that, and it doesn't matter. They're soulless pieces of trash anyway. The corporate entity, not the people working for it. All right, so we need to make the changes to this thing, and I'm just gonna put these basically butt to butt, and we'll make the modifications. So the first thing that we need to do, I have a very relate response. And Grav, I know what you're gonna say. Don't worry about it. I'm with you. I hate corporations. I hate corporate speak. I can't stand it. It's just appealing to the lowest common denominator, man. It really, 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 really hurts my head, and it really frustrates. It's really frustrating, dude. But hey, it is what it be, so it do. I'm not a fan, dude. I don't think I would last in an environment like that. I know because I've tried to last in an environment like that. It doesn't really bode well for you, boy. Straight up, I'm too stupid to understand what's going on. There's so many little subtle nuances to, like, being in a corporate setting. Like, this is what The Office is about. Dude, those nuances are lost on your boy, man. I don't know. I don't understand. Just sucks. Now, by the time I find the stream rate is over, they're just hurting their creators. Yeah, Gabe, I don't know, brother. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I know you're just venting. Like, yeah, it's stupid. It's just the other thing I can't stand is the incessant need, and I notice this with tech companies all the time. And it's not just tech companies. Everybody does this. This incessant need to always, like, upgrade your product or make it better. And don't get me wrong, product iteration is a thing. Absolutely. But they always choose the most arbitrary things to change. Like, they're only changing stuff that they only change stuff that won't, like, make you leave the platform, but it's just enough to be annoying. Like, I noticed that. And they always do it because, oh, it's time for a new look. It's like, all right. Okay. Like, I've noticed that. It's quite strange. Yeah, they always change the most useless features. Like, almost like they're like, they want to test things, right? But they don't, like, they don't want to change it too much, because if you change it too much, you're gonna, you know, people will leave. Like, so let's just start changing small things, like, whatever, you know, like, it's very, very strange. I don't know what that's about, man. But then again, I don't claim to understand how corporations and stuff work, dude. That ain't my jam, dude. So we'll put the fuel dumps inboard like this. I'm worried the thrust vector transform might screw up, so we'll just keep those kind of out a little bit. I thought those things would look really cool with the shrouding on them like that. But it's got some obnoxious yellow stripe. And I'm just like, okay. Maybe if I move the forward back RCS quadrant and just move it out like that. Yeah, 7, it is what it is, dudes. Yeah, yeah. I hate it. I hate that it's that way, but like, what can I do about it? I'm me. You know what I mean? Like, I can't change. I don't think I have a big enough voice to be able to influence what Twitch doesn't want to do with their platform. You know what I'm saying? So, Gabe, what I do is I just stay off the radar. Just do my thing and just go about my business and influence what I can, dude. Right? Anyway, I'm working on making the upgrades to the SSTO here. That's not attached to the right thing. Either that or this isn't snapped on absolute. It is. Why would that one line up and the other one wouldn't? Because these upper hold down points right here are lining up perfectly. They're not. Hang on a second, fellas. Something isn't right. I think it's Jet Truck's attachment point. Let's do that. In order to get stuff to line up, everything needs to be snapped on absolute between here in the hierarchy and there in the hierarchy. There needs to be a line of stuff that's locked into absolute all the way to this, and there should be. Yeah, Tessa, something up the chain. All right. Okay, here's what we'll do. Did that glitch again. There. If we absolute snap that, and then the docking port, we absolute snap that. If hold down point is connected to fairing, docking port's absolute to fairing, I-beam is absolute to docking port is absolute to I-beam, fairing's absolute to docking port. Now they should line up perfectly. Yeah. Ready? Look. Click. And now we know that that wasn't lined up exactly. The docking port wasn't lined up. Ain't gonna fit. Oh god, no, I'm not. Am I doing that? I'm doing that again, aren't I? You see the same thing. People that make their decision process based on emotion rather than legal deduction. I just feel something needs to be done. Something true, but yeah, I see that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is what it is, dude. I'm not about to sit here and just be like, oh, right, it's all the tech company's fault. Like, nah, you don't want to go down that road. I don't, dude, like, once again, you can choose to use it, choose not to use it, I don't care, whatever. Ain't gonna fit. The salami lid ain't gonna fit. Oh, shoot. It's a salami lid. Yep, they weren't right again. Because there was stuff that wasn't completely aligned. What I'm doing here, fellas, is I'm changing around the master craft file for my SSTO. I have a mock-up right here that has all the places where I need all this stuff aligned to. And then I have the master craft file. I don't want to use this mock-up here to test, and the reason is because this was sub-assembled onto the pad, and the struts might be all in weird directions, and you see stuff like that. That strut was definitely not placed by me. It was definitely, Kerbal decided to run that strut some other weird way. And if you look up in the nose cone of the mock-up SSTO, nothing is aligned. See that? That's a really good indicator to me that you should not use this, because the struts are run in a different way, because Kerbal likes to run your struts for you when you sub-assemble things sometimes. Right? That's a good way to tell you that you shouldn't use this, because it's different. It's going to be different than what you tested with. If we look at the mock over here, if we look at the actual thing over here, see those struts? Nice and uniform. That's me. I placed these. This is the right craft file you should use. If you sub-assemble things from time to time, struts do get screwed up. But see how all the struts are perfectly uniform and perfectly in line? That's a good indicator to me that I made this. You made this? I made this. I did the strut work here. All the struts are nice and clean. If you go in here, if you look at this one, all the struts are bent. Those struts are in line, but that one's bent. That one's bent. Those are bent. And this does matter. Angle of strut absolutely makes a difference. Now, I'm not saying it might not make a difference in this particular scenario. This sub-assembled SSTO might be okay to use. But I don't do might be okay is not going to get you very far in mission mode, is it? Especially if you lose it because you didn't run a strut correctly, you're out 120 Gs. Screw that. No. It's got to be right. Use the right craft file. You made this? I made this. Jake, what did you do for work before streaming? I worked in a Best Buy on a loading dock at a regional distribution center. I'm a 3D artist by trade, Jake. Yeah, I can do CAD work. That's why I can manipulate Kerbal really well, because Kerbal is just a primitive CAD system. And I make it not so primitive by figuring out ways to break things. Just the salami lid won't fit. Ain't gonna fit. The two 20-ton bridge cranes. Oh, cool. I like that, Creeper. I heard 3D artist and came as soon as I could. Yeah. I actually keep a Maya subscription, Jake, so I can model stuff on stream from time to time. We should finish that T-38. Just on a side note. Get that thing into Flight Sim. Work on Flight Sim implementation. Get it in there. Alright. Now, the next thing I need to do is make sure that the CAL controllers and the avionics for the SSTO are not screwed up. I have CAL controllers that control different things here. And I have to make sure, sometimes when you bring in a copy like this, the equipment ends up binding to the copied CAL controllers, and then they don't work. Can you model a race car? Here. I'll show you some of the stuff I've done in the past. Oh, no, that's NASA. That's Imgur. No, that's Zonic's photo album. Let's go. Let's go just into images. Oh yeah, that doesn't work anymore for whatever reason. That was Cape Canaveral. That's me and Das and a couple of viewers. Huh. These are just all the photo albums. Let's just go to all. Bill. Nice. I should have some of my 3D models in here somewhere. That. There's that one. Yeah, I know. I modeled that. That's pretty neat. How about that one? I can't believe that that thing got stuck in copyright hell. That's really, really annoying. Yeah, look at this. Jackal, I did this. I haven't asked them about it in a while. Neither has Das. Maybe we should. Yep. I can model rocket engines, dude. No problem. Rocket engine, easy. Easy peasy. Oh, it was... Shaw. Pack's finished. Pack's finished. And I could use it right now. I don't want to. Because... we're waiting on releases, and because this is a for-profit stream, if I use names, companies that don't want their names being used... and somebody sees it, there's a lot of people that work in the industry, you never know. And before you say, EJ, that's not going to happen, it already has happened. That happened with Sierra Space. Sierra Space copyright claimed somebody that made a mod, a Dream Chaser mod for Kerbal, and they said, you can't use that name. And then they sent them a cease and desist. That absolutely does happen. Oh yeah. Before you think I'm nuts. Like, no. The reason why I'm like, nope, it's because it's happened before. Kerbalize the name. So then I'm not using... I can't because it's ULA official. I made it for them. Guys, you guys... You don't skirt legal stuff like that. That's a really, really shady thing to do, especially when you're making money off of it. Don't do that. I'm like... This isn't like me being like, oh, you should, like... I'm not going to do it because... No. I don't feel like having a class action lawsuit against me, okay? Not a good idea. Yeah, I didn't get the alpha channels on the wires figured out, but yeah, check that out, dude. Centaur. SpaceX did too, that's why there's a Space Y mod. It happens more than you think. Yeah. So I'm not gonna say, like, even if we go and use it and I change all the names, if I call it the ULA pack, even something like that, dudes, I know it sucks. It's very annoying, believe me. I was modeling this stuff and streaming at the same time. Streaming for like 10 hours a day, and then after the stream, sitting there for another like 6 or 7 and modeling rocket engines. Believe me. It's annoying. I'm trying to see if there's anything else any other 3D models that I uploaded. Nah, nothing really around. I thought I had a picture of the Striker uploaded. Hey, Chief. There's an issue. We can see the top of the upper stage. That's not what the top of the upper stage looks like, guys. I put some placeholder stuff there. I thought I had a picture of the Striker around, but yeah, I did this once upon a time. Now, this is a project that we could pick up again if you guys want. Periodic 54-month resub. This is something we could do. But there's a ton of these mods already. You know what I mean? Your boy modeled that. And here. Yeah. Wow, we gimbal locked the camera there. You see that? Pretty much, Caveman. You enforce your intellectual property at your discretion. That's the reason why getting licenses for music is such a pain in the butt. Every single bit of music was written by a different person. They're all the rights to that music is all owned by record companies, and then on top of that, the intellectual property acquisition from music is on a contractual basis. That's why musicians get royalties. If you're getting royalties, that means you're contracted, which means, and contracts are a la carte, meaning every contract can be different. So every music is going to have, there's no standardization in intellectual property. every single bit of music is going to be slightly different, and like you said, it's up to you to enforce copyright, etc., etc. Yeah, it gets out of hand real fast. Yeah, this is the last thing we were working on. There's the T-38. We did a blockout for a T-38. We'll finish that. I'll finish it after the move. And then here. So much freaking work. Model our Twitch CubeSat mission. So here's the ULA pack stuff. Dude, I even had the set-driven keys for the RD-180. Watch. Watch. When you gimbaled this in Kerbal, this is what it did. Look at the thrust vector control actuators. See what I mean? It did a lot of work. That was a lot of work, man. Something went wrong with the set-driven key rigging there because of inverse scaling, but it is what it is. Yeah. And if you're wondering what that is, it's its collider box. That's the collider box for the RD-180 for Kerbal. And then we have an RL-10C, Atlas 5s, Centaur 3 upper stage. You guys saw that in the pictures that I just showed you. And then RL-10B. I forget if I did a set-driven key for this, but... Oh, yeah, no. We did it on an animation curve. Look, ready? Did a lot of work, man. That's why, dude, that's why I just don't even like talking about it. It's so frustrating. But it is what it is. Jared, you're a senior in aerospace engineering and we have used SolidWorks in the past, but our professors say the best training we could learn outside of classes before we go into engineering would be to learn CATIA. Can you talk about their differences and maybe where I should look at starting? Well, Jared, okay. And there's all the Atlas's different fairings that it can have. There's 3 different types of the 400 series fairing and 300 types of the 500 series fairing. And you know what? You know what I noticed? I never did the CFLR for this thing. I never made the Centaur forward load reactor. Probably didn't know it existed. There's an Atlas 5 stage right here. No textures though. Hey Nando, what's going on, man? Back to 3D or just a phase? I'm just showing stuff off, dudes. Now, once again, that's basically development hell right there. Or production hell, I guess. I don't know. Call it whatever you want. But now, this is a project we could... This is a project we could get back to. I stopped doing this project for the ULA project. Oh yeah, baby. I had a Vulcan in there, but it's just blocked out. That's happening because of weird surface normals. The geometry doesn't look like that. So, Jared, when it comes to CAD, here's my theory about CAD. And people do disagree with me on this. Whatever. The thing about CAD is that every CAD system fundamentally is the same. It's the same underpinnings. So think about it like this. I like Mustangs. Does that mean I won't like a Camaro? Or does that mean that I couldn't drive a Camaro just because it's a different brand? No, just because it's a Chevy? Well, first of all, it's a Chevy. It's a piece of junk. Except for the motor. The motor's good. We'll call them shipping crates like Peg does. No, sorry. Sorry. I'm not making about hating Chevy. It doesn't matter. I don't care what CAD system I use. It's more important to understand how a CAD system works. It's the methods. The methods are what matter. How you go about modeling stuff. And now, don't get me wrong, the workflow does change depending on if you're using like PTC Creo, CATIA SolidWorks, Autodesk Inventor, what's the other ones? NX. It doesn't matter. They all do fundamentally the same exact thing. So it's more about learning how to model and not what software to use. Software is just a means, but you have to know how to do it. And trust me, I went to school for this. This is something that I know very well. You have to know how to manipulate each program. And that just takes time. So if you're an aerospace major, right, and you're a senior and you're going and looking for a job, in a job interview, you know, if someone's going to ask, oh, you're proficient in SolidWorks, but you're not proficient in NX. Like, SpaceX uses NX, if you really want to know, right? Why aren't you proficient in CATIA? Say that. It's just software. Modeling is knowing how to model stuff and knowing how to make stuff in 3D and make stuff in a computer-aided design is a workflow. The software is just a workflow. There's theory behind it, and if you know the theory, you can learn any CAD program. I learned in Maya. I can use SolidWorks just fine. It'd take me a second to figure out how to use SolidWorks, but I would know how to use it once I get kind of familiar with my environment. So, dude, screw that. Focus on learning how to use a CAD program and how to get a CAD program to do what you want. That's really, really important. Generally speaking, your SolidWorks experience will carry over to CATIA. CATIA is just better and more robust tools like simulation and other design tools. Bingo. It's, like I said, think about it akin to like driving a car. Just because you can drive your car, does that mean you could drive your buddy's car? You can't drive your buddy's car? No. Every car is a little bit different. Some have like a manual transmission or something. Some have an automatic. Some have a push-button transmission. You know, some cars have push start. Other cars have keys. Does that mean you don't know how to use the car? No, because driving is fundamental no matter what car it is. Learn how to drive the CAD program. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, there's your advice. Yeah, I know. Great advice, right? Thoughts on Blender? Blender's great because it's free, Hippo. I personally like Maya because I'm comfortable with Maya. I'm comfortable with it. This is what I learned how to do this on. Does that mean I couldn't learn Blender? No, absolutely not. Of course I could learn Blender. It would just take me a second. And in that time, it would take me a second, right? I could have just used Maya. And this, guys, like, because once again, for-profit stream, you got to be careful about this stuff. This is a legit copy of Maya. I pay for it. So, like I said, we probably should get our money's worth for this thing, huh? If you're wondering what the M is, this is a CAL controller, fellas. Oh yeah, it's a CAL controller in Maya. Check this out. Ready? But see, in Maya, you can make anything a CAL controller. You can make any part a CAL controller by changing its attributes. I just made an M because, I don't know, probably for master control. See? And I added different animation curves to it. And if you notice, there's a red box next to some of those curves. Excuse me. There's wires going over my screen from when I took down the Remarkable tablet yesterday. Sorry. I needed to look over on OBS to make sure it can see it. Sometimes the encoder doesn't encode stuff. See, those are red? That means it's on an animation curve and it's keyed. See these red lines? That's what that means. So check this out. I have a set-driven key, which is a CAL controller for the payload bay, for the animation for the payload bay, that moves geometry just like it would animate a part in KSP, same idea, right? And then we have one for a speed brake articulation. See, there's your shuttle speed brake right there. I never did one for the body flap, because I don't think I finished the body flap. No, the body flap was never done on this model. And then we have an animation cycle. The animation cycle is down here. I'll show you what that set-driven key for the landing gear is for. I did this for a test. Here, let me shut the payload bay. We can open up the speed brake and then do this. See? Yeah, in Maya, you can make anything a CAL controller. You don't need a CAL controller. You don't need to add like a specific CAL controller. You could just add attributes to anything. I could make that front tire a CAL controller on the shuttle. That's what's cool about it. And the funny thing is that Kerbal is just, like I said, it's a dumbed down CAD system. Because it's designed to be a game. It's not designed to be this complicated, or else nobody would ever build anything in it. But I make it this complicated because I figure out ways to translate. I figured out ways to translate my Maya, I figured out ways to translate my Maya workflow, the idea of modeling, right, from Maya to Kerbal. And I can use Kerbal like Maya. I figured out ways to basically do a bunch of these commands up here, like freeze transforms, reset transforms, root hierarchy, because look, check this out. Maya has the outliner, and check this out. See all that? Hierarchy. There's a hierarchy to this stuff, especially for, where's the landing gear? Front gear main group. Look, check it out. There's your part hierarchy, right there. See it? Different parts are parented and grandparented to other different parts. See? That's the front hierarchy for the front landing gear. Different parts are parented to other different parts. So when one part moves, other parts move. Right? Like this. See? First the doors. And then you see the wheels are going with the landing gear because the wheels are parented to the landing gear shape. See? It's just like Kerbal. Same exact idea. Only Maya's you could do way more things with Maya. But check this out. Your boy did this. See how there's a controller right here? And see how if I select that front landing gear, if we select the landing gear shape, right? You see how it selects the wheels, but it also selects these arms right here. Watch. This is a rigged suspension. I have it rigged. So it could be, so it would be optimized for suspension in KSP. Now, what happens when you do Kraken Tech in KSP? That's what happens. That's what happens when you push on landing gear. See, stuff starts to get weird. See what I'm talking about? See? It's all hierarchies. Once I figured out that Kerbal hierarchy is like Maya, that's when I could just build whatever I want. I can make whatever in Kerbal. It doesn't matter. I can make anything. Anything. Any pads, any launch vehicle, anything you want. So I made this and I was doing modeling Mondays on stream back in like 2015, 2016, something like that. And Spaceophobic, everyone, I was just trying to make a shuttle that looked cool and everybody said, oh, you should try to make it into a mod. So I had to take apart everything that I did, and that's what this shuttle is down here. It's a shuttle parts pack, at least in prototype form. See, all the parts are all separated out instead of being one big piece. Yeah, I started making it into a mod pack, and then while we were making it into a mod pack, the ULA. What happened with the ULA pack is that I was never supposed to be a part of that, to be honest with you. What happened with the ULA part pack was I was talking to Das one day, and he was like, dude, we're trying to make a ULA part pack, and it's really cool. I'm talking to ULA, and everything is great, blah, 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 blah. And I was looking at the project from afar, and the guy that was doing Atlas pulled out of the project. He said, nah, never mind. There was something happened. I don't know what it was. Something weird happened, and the guy was like, there was some drama or whatever, so they needed an Atlas 5 done quick. So I was like, dude, I got you. I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah. Yeah, that work got a little bit tough, but did it and busted it out, and this still happened, which sucks, but hey, it is what it is. But yeah, even the ET, I was gonna chop this up and make a parts pack for external tanks, so you could make SLS cores, or you could do direct, or you could do an external tank, and the bracket system right here and the plumbing and everything was going to be on an attachment node, so you can attach it to it. And then I was going to basically make this just like Collins, where you have to, the primary root attachment of the external tank was the bipod strut. So that's like root attachment node. And then you attach the shuttle on its forward bipod strut. And then I think I was going to make it so you could have docking ports back here. But that's before they changed the vessel docking hierarchy. Nowadays, I would just make it so the Nowadays, I'd make it so the shuttle had foldable doors, and then you could use same vessel collision to get it to work. This is what I mean, guys. Not only can we manipulate Kerbal to do whatever we want, I can manipulate Kerbal to do whatever. Not only can we do that, I can make parts for KSP to manipulate it to do what I want if I really wanted to. And my brain's defaulting back to Kerbal controls. I defaulted to Maya and KSP there for a moment. Last. What are the ULA models used for now? Collecting dust? Just posted relativity with some engines. We saw this yesterday on the 2 days ago on the NSF flyover vid. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Oh, cool. Blue flames. Dude, you want to see something crazy? Look. So, this is awesome, right? Relativity. This is Relativity's first stage. They're static firing it at LC-16. So check this out. Rocket Guy, if you're here, and if I see what I think I'm seeing, watch the heat blanket when the engine turns on. I think that if I'm looking at this right, it looks like it expanded. The entire nozzle expanded a little bit from heat. See it? Did you see it? The blankets move right at ignition. So watch right up in here. Ready? Whoop! See that? Heated up pretty damn quick. Either that or the pressure inside of the nozzle caused it to stretch a little bit. That could be also a thing. Crazy, right? That's actually, I'll be honest with you, that's really, really, really nice. Really nice flow. I'm not seeing much turbulence in the flames coming out of here. It's probably a combination of both, Shaw, if I had to guess. It's always more than one thing. Rocket science do be like that. Look at, you can see flow separation happening on engine start, see? See that right there? That's flow sep. It always happens a little bit on engine start before you get your before you get your combustion chamber pressure up. Look. See how the flame isn't touching the outside of the nozzle? Right there is part of the reason why deep throttling an engine is extremely difficult. Because if you get this happening, pressure, ambient pressure from the atmosphere is going up into the nozzle because the flames coming out of the throat aren't enough to fill up the entire nozzle. So you get back pressure inside of the nozzle. That's really bad for it. That will cause an extreme temperature differential here. Part of the engine will be extremely hot. This part will be extremely cold. And Shaw, this is what I mean about it being more than one thing. Non-uniform pressure basically means non-uniform temperature. Because PV equals nRT, where this is south of the injector plate, so we're talking about gases now. That's really bad for it. But every rocket engine does wear a little bit from starting it because you have to get the rocket engine throttled up. See how all that goes away right when they get the rocket engine throttled up and you get a perfect under-expanded plume right there? That's perfect. Oh, it's really nice. Really nice. Yeah, really nice nice and uniform. Rocket Guy, what say you? That's perfect, dude. That looks really good. I mean, it's kind of hard to see it because of all the ice coming off, but yeah, that's real good, man. Really good. And see what I mean? Look at, there's some residuals in these engines and it pulse jetted a little bit. They had a little bit of a on shutdown there. What's happening here is it's burning off residual propellants because once again, when you turn off a rocket engine, it's like turning off a garden hose. If you turn off a garden hose, you're always going to have water in the line. When they shut the taps off on the rocket engine, you always have some residual prop that gets burned off inside of the rocket engines. That's what those pulses are. And those pulses can make a detonation inside of the rocket engine and also kill the rocket engine. So they did it here. You can tell what SpaceX and what other companies do is they shoot nitrogen through the rocket engine to inert it, or well, it's helium. It's helium if it's not ground side. They shoot helium into the combustion chamber, and it literally blows the residual out. You could really see it on this engine over here. Actually, I'm not 100% sure if these are doing it now that I'm looking at it, but yeah, it's chugging a little bit on shutdown. Yeah, see how they're pulsing around? Yeah, that's... I'm not going to say that that's what you want, but sometimes that's just a byproduct of shutting the engine off. But this is an expendable rocket, so who cares? As long as the data that you get from this is well understood, you understand why it's doing that, you're fine. Doesn't really matter. Is there a sequenced ignition? Let me check. Yep. T-tab. There is a sequenced ignition here. One engine went off before the other ones. So, there's one. Yep. There's a sequencer. See it? Look at that. They sequenced the ignition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's cool. Pretty neat, huh? Sprunk. When are they planning to launch? I don't know. They don't have a second stage there. This is first... My guess is for relativity, this is first stage qual tests on the pad. They're making sure that all the pad systems work well with the first stage. But yeah, that's really freaking cool. Pressure cycling since the combustion increases chamber pressure. The combustion increases chamber pressure, stopping residual flow, which then goes out of the nozzle, decreasing chamber pressure, allowing more residuals to flow through. This occurs until no more residuals. Basically clearing out the line. Yeah, it's the equivalent, rocket equivalent of squeezing the garden hose and getting all that water out of the line, right? But except the combustion pulls more through until it's inerted, right? That's cool. I mean, like I said, it does chug. Rocket engines do this. I mean, but yeah, see that? Just think about it, guys. Think about how hard it is to get all these things, all these fire hoses, so to speak, to shut off in uniformly. It's a really difficult thing to get right and understand. It's crazy. Oh, that throttle up, though. That throttle up at ignition was very nice. That was really good. And it looks like they throttled him down for a second, and then they shut him off. They steadily ramped down the throttle there. So it went up to full, and then it stayed at full for a second, and then it ramped down, and then it shut. Pretty awesome video right there. All right, let's finish the changes to the SSTO. The last thing that I think I need to change is moving this docking port slightly forward. Moving the docking port slightly forward and putting the RCS ball in the proper spot here. Nozzle on that RCS is synced up with that. There we go. Okay. It's not on the orange there. It's slightly behind. Okay. And then the docking port wing is touching the RCS ball. But that's not a hitbox, so that's not a collider, so we're okay. So this needs to go right there. And then this docking port needs to go right. Huh. The wing of the docking port lines up with the orange, okay. Why is it doing that? That shouldn't be doing that. It looks like that docking port may have been placed custom. It's not on an absolute, which... Okay, what's that docking port attached to on this? On the mock-up SSTO, the one that I'm using for part fitment. What is it attached to? It's attached to the fairing. And that's attached to the fairing. What happens if I absolute snap? That wasn't absolute snapped. Oh, crap. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to... I don't like doing this, but we're gonna have to eyeball it. So... I really don't like being this imprecise, but it's okay. There we go. I did it like that to make it look stealth on the bottom there. And then I wanted the hydraulics pushing on a physics-less part, so I put those two octagonal struts there. But you know what? I know a better thing that we can put there that's physics-less that should pull the collider correctly. I'm going to try doing it with flat flags here. Flat flags, if you set them into panel form, right, are physics-less. Summer heat can go away, just saying. Oh. And if I'm thinking about this correctly, if you push on that physics-less part, it shouldn't move. Hopefully. What we could do if we really wanted to be sure was strut the flag right to the structural pylon right there, the structural girder segment. We'll see. We'll see if the flags do what I think they're going to do. Let me set the flag to not my logo. And we'll set it to a gray. Okay. I think that's all the changes, fellas. I did not change anything up on the front here. I think what we have to do is the hybrid tech that we put on here. I don't want toggle engine and gimbal set to AG2. Three and 4 should be open action groups, so AG toggle here, toggle engine, toggle gimbal, and then we should bind AG4, toggle engine, toggle gimbal. There we go. And then AG1, we need to make sure that all this stuff is set to enable same vessel collision. And it is. Okay, dudes. I think that's all the changes. I think we got all of it. Well, look at here. This is the new SSTO. With jet truck. Just gotta make sure none of the fuel tanks are full. What's the mass? 57. Let me pull the jet truck off for a moment. So mass should be around 44. Yep, okay, cool. Okay. I still think we could do with adding another landing gear, but I'm super worried that adding another 500 kilos to the design might screw things up. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we should... I mean, the landing gear was glitching out when we were trying to move it around on the pad last night, and it was picking up at least 3 wheel stress. So when you get wheel stress and you see stuff in Kerbal kind of like starting to move around like that, that usually means that the landing gear can't hold up what you're trying to hold up. You need bigger landing gear. That's a good way to tell. It's a good way to show what that means. Do one more in the middle. Instead of 500 kilograms would be half. Well, Fame, you know, what I'm looking at now, like what I'm interested here in is, so the LY60 landing gear is 0.4. That's a double bogey landing gear like this, right? That double bogey landing gear is 400 kilos. So we're adding 800 kilos there, all right? And if we add 2 LY35s, right? So at 250 kilos a pop, right? If we have 4 of them, that's 1,000 kilos and not 800. See what I'm talking about? And I know that this landing gear can hold up way more than that landing gear. It can hold up double. I watched the first 5 minutes of a city VOD, and it's after the pad blowing up, and you considered using a horizontally integrated SSTO. Huh. Hey, Orion, what's going on? Like, I don't know, Fame. I'm also, like, okay, so I needed to be at this ride height, at that height for pad integration. So if we did do something like this, these landing gear would need to be... like right there. And I'm wondering, does that shift my mass around anymore? I'm wondering if it shifts the mass around more or less. We could get away with it. Does it look cool with the double wheels in the back? It kind of does. And fellas, I'll be honest with you. Now would be the time to change this if we wanted to. We could always go back to the old design. I have the mock-ups and sub-assemblies, and I have old versions of it, so I can figure out where the gear was placed exactly. Orion, 7-month resub. Thank you. RS rocket ship has its destination set for the Cape, but it hasn't gone to Decatur yet. Interesting. When is the move actually happening? Monday? Flykin is when we start moving stuff around. Hey, someone! Also, not necessarily. You could have both sets of gears and just bring in the big ones when the small ones are out. Mass is too tight on this thing, someone. The small SSTO only has a payload capacity of about 2 tons. It's a small sat launcher. Small sat launcher or 3 crew, and that's it. And even the 3 crew are basically just... it's that, a Mark 1 crew cabin, with a Mark 1 command pod in front of it, and a docking port and some alignment mechanisms. The mass margins for this thing are very, very slim. Yeah, that's the price you pay with SSTOs. Like, if I don't get the ascent profile right, we aren't getting into space. So, I really don't, that's kind of the conundrum that I'm dealing with right now. I don't think I have... You thought this was the big SSTO. Oh, the big SSTO has way extra margin. That thing's way over-engineered. Turns out that making something that's just straight up double the size of this doesn't necessarily mean double the delta V. It means like 3 times the delta V because of fuel density in KSP, but that's another story. More of the big SSTO is fuel than this one because fuel density and mass fraction is what has to do with it. There's a bunch of other things that have to do with it, but that's another story. There always is. No, someone, don't worry about it. It's all good. I'll be honest with you. That doesn't look too bad. And at the end of the day, so this is 800, and we're at 500 with that gear. So we only really add... How much are we adding there? An extra 300 kilos, and that gets the landing gear to, you know, work correctly. But it is popping out of... Yeah, it's popping out there. We're gonna have to... Oh, it wasn't aligned. I was gonna say, it's popping out. I hate it. 1062.8 lift. What in the world is this? Now, Dank Dabs, are you talking about the game, or are you talking about what I'm building in the game? Because this is Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program is a game where you design and build rockets, and then send them into space, and you can go explore like the moon and stuff. And it works. It's a good representation of how rockets fly through space in real life and launch off the pad, etc., etc. Now, if you know about Kerbal, what am I building? A single stage to orbit. This is an SSTO that I'm configuring to launch off of my custom-built launch pad. If you know Kerbal and you're wondering what I'm doing, what I'm trying to do is build Venture Star. Venture Star was a project done by Lockheed. I have a model of it on my desk here. Venture Star was a single stage to orbit idea. Basically, you back this thing up, you back it up onto a pad, it turns upright, you fuel it, you send it, it flies all the way up into space, deploys the payload, and then comes back down and lands like the space shuttle on a runway. What you see here is my stock interpretation of that. I play KSP myself religiously. Oh, right on. There you go. So, yeah, I'm trying to build Venture Star, and now I'm having some kind of thinking about landing gear and stuff, and how that landing gear should work. The double landing gear doesn't look bad. Fellas, you know what? Where's that landing gear strutted to? Landing gear is strutted to fairing. Okay. So, and the landing gear is attached to the center spine here. I'm gonna give it the bigger landing gear. I think we have a margin for 300 kilos. I think. Especially if we optimize the ascent for it. So let me move this out here like this. Move it back into position. And then move that up to the proper height. And then let me get rid of that. And the gear is still poking out just a little bit. I'm going to move it in one tick. Moving it in one tick shouldn't mess with anything. We shouldn't have any clearance issues with the launch pad. And then I'm going to take this in sim, and we're strutting to... We're going to strut to the fairing. The fairing for my inner fuel tanks. I just got to Duna after 600 hours. Nice, man. That's good. This is a hard game to play. But it is super fun. Devs, what I like to do is I like to sit here and I like to really engineer stuff out. You know, after like 15,000 hours playing KSP, I don't like to make stupid mistakes like running out of fuel. Especially with a bunch of people watching on stream. It's a little... I probably shouldn't be doing that, especially with how much time I have invested in this game. So, I always sit here and I make sure we engineer everything out. Yeah, more like 20. I don't know, fellas. I've been playing Kerbal at least 40 hours a week, basically since September of 2015. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some weeks where we didn't play Kerbal, there are some weeks where I was on vacation, etc., etc., but Kerbal's basically my job. Like this week, for instance, I probably played KSP... We did like 10 hours of it on Tuesday, then we did 10 hours of it yesterday, and then we're going to do another 10 hours. It's only Thursday, and by the end of the day, I'll be 30 hours in. Friday, I'll be 40, Saturday will be 50. Today's the anniversary of the B-17's first flight in 1935. Cool. We're going to have to mess with the spring strength on this. But yeah, Block 4, upgraded landing gear, shorter body flaps, better integration. Can we... I'm wondering, is it cool if we change the color on this? Will it Z-fight with anything? Just out of curiosity. No. You're not accounting enough for Space News. Gotta take a little off, my dude. I had 4.5 hours of Space News yesterday. Okay, Blue, we want to play this game. I streamed for 13 and a half hours yesterday. So that puts me at about 9 hours of Kerbal, 9 to 10, which basically is in line with my estimations. You didn't say the magic word. Please, man, I hate this hacker stuff. I kind of like the gray. I'm not gonna lie to you. I hate this hacker stuff. I kind of like that. Momento. That doesn't look too bad, but it might Z-fight. Something like that, Rocket Guy. Hold on to your butts. What up, Dish? Yeah, just move that out. I kind of like the different colors on the back here. What if we set these to a darker flag? To make it look kind of more like the, maybe not like full-on black, but do I have any darker colors? I really don't. Man, it's like staring into the abyss. And then maybe if we set these back to the original dark gray that we just had. Yeah, the only custom stuff with KSP that I use, fellas, is the flag packs. And if you type in ! flags in chat, you can get the flag pack. Pretty cool, huh? 10,091 hours broadcast since 2015. Just checked. Anybody here from South Carolina calling me? My phone's ringing. Yep, I remember that. Me? Jack, you want me to answer it? Spartanburg, South Carolina. Just giving me a call. Fine. Leave a message. I don't know you. You got that call earlier? Oh, okay. I'm calling you about your car's extended warranty. None of my cars have warranty on them. Because the newest automobile that I own is 14 years old. It's a little bit out of warranty. That's usually what I say when I get that call. Fun times. I'm calling you about your car's extended warranty. Yeah, I bet you are. Oh, 2008, Ian. I bought the car in 2013, dude. I love using flags. Flags are the perfect thing to kind of shore up some of your stuff and really bring it together. And it's not that much of a penalty using them because they're physicsless parts. See? That little thing just to make the docking port look like it's attached. Perfect. I would like something to make it look like those RCS balls aren't just attached to the back of the damn thing, but I don't think there's a physicsless part that'll make that look correct. Unless, I mean, the cubic octag might. But, yeah, see, because this goes into the housing, I can't have something like this because technically it'll go into the housing when they're not docked to each other. So same vessel collision would apply here. So I need something smaller than that. Now, we could probably use a science part, but science parts are expensive. But then again, we are getting the stupid thing back, so it's not that big of a deal. Could use the antennas. Whatever. I'll just leave it. No one's going to notice that but you and me, guys. So that ain't us. Sweet. Okay. Won't that cause a heat issue with the thrusters? Yeah, thrusters don't radiate heat in this game. The thrusters just get hot. You know what I'm saying? Alright, well, I don't have the alignment systems completely figured out on the launch pad. But, yeah, I think this should work. Let's get Willie. Willie! Willie! I gotta find where Bill is. I don't know where Bill is in this engineering save. And Val. They're somewhere around. But, yeah. I don't know where they are. Alright, let's go. Over here we get calls about problems with BSN number. That's kind of part of Social Security. Yeah, people do that all the time over here. Firmly now with rockets, try and keep the interface and operations the same since it's flight proven. Upgrade new materials and software and test on the same design. With that said, the RS-25E is a bloated project. What's a good science percentage to have if you want to fly? If you want to have to fly to every moon? Oh, I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. I sent Jeb into the sun at about 50 miles per second. He crashed into the sun. Nice. Nice. Just found this. Bronco and a C-46. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think we might need to adjust our suspension, huh? Yowza. All my friend. No, the thing that rides low. I wish we could get a single bogey variant of that bigger tire. Like basically this, but with those Lightyear tires right there. It's just a wee bit heavy. Yeah, Rocket, that's the reason why with the small landing gear back there, why it was freaking out. But see, these have 0 wheel stress, so I might need to move these down a bit. It seems like we might be... well, alright, let's check. Oh, I forgot to make sure the cow controllers are working. That could end very poorly. And they aren't. Oh, no, it's being controlled by something else. Main body flap control. Ready? Oh, they still work. Nice. Excellent. Is this loaded with fuel? Negative. I have a teeny weeny bit of fuel and oxidizer on this payload here. That's one of the satellites from mission mode that's designed for commercial missions. I've ran into it multiple times, dude, with Kraken drives and SSTOs and MLV. Yeah, Roth, it's looking good. So, Rocket Guy, I find it happens when you duplicate a cow controller. So, if I take a cow controller and I duplicate it, and that cow controller has information on it, so like to move hydraulics, if I take it and I duplicate it, the one that I duplicated retains the information, and the original one does not. So if you duplicate a cow and you want another cow controller, you take off the one that you originally placed down, attach the one that you duplicated, and then use the second one. Or else it'll bind attributes to the copied cow controller, which is a thing. Yeah, that's a thing. It is a thing. Hey Vickers, what's going on? Alright fellas, well, if we can do some good fitment tests here with the pad and it doesn't blow up in our face, I think we're gonna have a good day here. Yeah. All right. You guys are about to figure out why we need the jet truck. You know what I'm wondering now? I'm wondering if grip pad rotors, if we make not an SPMT, but just a transport vehicle with the grip pad rotors, I'm wondering if we could push this thing up there. All right. First thing that I'm worried about is because we have new landing gear. When the landing gear rides up on the panel, it could freak out. We could see an explosion here. Nope. We're good. How's the packing shaping up? It's getting there. Yeah, the rover wheels aren't very powerful in the game, devs. They're not the most powerful things around, but we're having porpoising. It's like a Mercedes. Have you seen the movie The Northman? No, I have not. Really? Right, this is a test, guys. I can't guarantee that all the pad systems are going to work. They should. Then again, should doesn't mean that they will. Oh yeah, the rotor brakes, they're stuck. Not good. Okay, so the spring strength on those wheels absolutely obliterated that air brake. That's good to know. We always have jet truck to push us back. Am I right? Something's getting stuck. Really? Yeah? How is it that a landing gear that's just as big doesn't have the spring strength as that small gear? Actually, I know the answer to that. It's because the small gear was bottoming out. Yeah, so jet truck just needs to keep pushing until we can... This is what the alignment brakes are there for. To align. I'm sure that would be great for the control surfaces on this thing in real life. I'm sure that'd be great for it. Ah. Yeah, we need to figure out a better alignment system. This is still kind of prototype. That's not going to end well. It docked. Please don't explode. The whole pad skipped a beat. I don't know if you guys saw it. It Kraken struck the outside here. See how that's bent? Yeah, that's not a good way to do that. We need to figure out a better way to do this other than me just pegging the jet engines like that. Whenever a Kraken strike like that happens, Alex, that means something is bending, because that means you snap docked. You forced it. You know what I mean? So we'll shut the jet engines off. It's fine. It'll be fine. You know, that always ends well with rocket science, doesn't it? Yeah, see, I had a forward hydraulic there. And you know what? Am I stupid? I am. I have the lifter hydraulics set to a play position. I could have just I forgot that I had this. I forgot that I had these jacks here. Whoops. Yeah, we hammered that thing in. Great. Okay, let's hope that, because I had to screw with the docking port up here, let's hope that this thing is still aligned. It looks to be aligned. So let's move this up into position and see if... Okay, turn off SVI there. Get that to lock into position. Okay, we're locked in. All right, so now what I'm going to need to do is lock that thing out. That thing can't move. So here's the moment of truth. First of all, we got to undo this and hope that the landing gear doesn't crunch, or the rover wheels don't crunch against that forward air brake right there. It didn't. I forgot I gave myself a cow controller to push the hydraulics up. Whoops. Undock it, retest it with the platform lift. It's the first test of the day, Rocket Guy. I think we'll be alright. Yeah, we got to get rid of those forward air brakes, though. That, and I have a docking port that I was using for mock-up in the SBH right there. We should get rid of that. Yeah, I didn't do a full checkout on all the systems here. Yep. That's a good place for that. Okay. What is our alignment on the... Let me go in here and let me select the forward docking port. That's just used for as a control point. What are we set to? That docking port is set to -2. Okay. Now what is... Oh, something on the pad is binding up pretty badly. What is this docking port? The reaction frame. Docking port set to 0.3. We have a 1/10 of a degree deviation, and that was with my crappy docking systems. Let's go SVI right there, and then SVI on this, like that. There's no reinforcement there, huh? Yeah, we're pushing up on the thermal protection system, which is probably not a good idea. Yeah, that probably ain't gonna end well. I'm wondering if I can do same vessel on my entire forward fairing and not have it break anything. We'll test it. Ready? I saw something freak out over here. Yep. That RCS port is freaking out because, yeah, the Kraken bearing that holds it in. Alright, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Our secondary docking port is all screwed up. So, unlock that. Yeah, look at how much that thing broke. Alright, pull this down like this. Get it out of docking range, put it back up. She ain't docking. It's too far away. Okay. Alright, well, let's check the locked Kraken bearing and see what see what this does. So let me lock this out. And now we'll pull the gear. So here's the problem that I was running into last night. Everything on the launch box is locked into place right now. The reason why everything on the launch box is locked into place is so this thing can stay basically perfectly aligned when we go for alignment. The thing is that we had a double bound action group there. One is bound to the payload bay. No problem. The thing is that when I undid this, it wrecked all my auto struts. So I need something, an actual physical connection here to hold this. So I have this locking Kraken tech right here, and hopefully that actually does what I think it's going to do. That should hold the SSTO in place over the TE, especially since that little baby hydraulic is locked out. So now you can auto strut, right? Like that has the auto strut option. I can just attach it to grandparent. The reason why this RCS has auto strut is because it's attached to a robotic. Alright, so what should happen here is I should unlock this, and if this doesn't work, if this doesn't do what I think it's going to do, the SSTO is going to fall. It's going to fall down. If this does what I think it's going to do, nothing should happen. It should stay in place. So thanks, Tactile. I'm glad you like it. I love doing this stuff, man. It's my favorite. Let's make sure it wasn't the hydraulic jacks. There we go. But I noticed the thing is sagging a little bit. When we locked it into that Kraken tech, the Kraken bearing right there, with same vessel collision toggle, it did sag. It's not perfectly straight. And this could be a problem because with this type of vehicle, the payload bay is up there. If I have the full pad out, I have a gantry crane that rolls back and forth on landing gear, and it uses hydraulics to place stuff in and out of the payload bay. That's a little bit of an issue. The reason why that's a little bit of an issue is because if this thing isn't perfectly aligned and I have a payload that's perfectly aligned and I go to drop it in the payload bay, either the payload's going to snap down and break the crane, or the pad is going to snap up and launch into the air. Yeah. Docking vessel nomenclature. Really, 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 really big pain in the butt. But, he said but, nice. We could always do payload integration before I unlock that strut. So that always could be a thing. One other thing that I have to figure out here is the action group for disabling that needs to be shut off, because when I turn the pad up right, I have colliders down here that need to be undone. So hitting 2 right now shouldn't do anything. Just like that. Ooh, it sagged the pad a little bit. Ooh. Why so many thermometers? The thermometers are a housing, Slow Chief, and I use RCS balls as a guide. They're called pilot dowels. The space program has pilot dowels like this all over the place to get stuff to align. So like if they're trying to stack a stage on top of another stage, they'll put a pilot dowel. They'll put a pilot dowel on the second stage, and when they're going to stack it on the first stage, like in the case of like SLS, the pilot dowels will get you aligned so you can bolt everything down. Yeah, that's called a pilot dowel in mechanical engineering. I made a pilot dowel with an RCS port and some thermometers wrapped around it. We call them thermo bearings. You can use them as a pilot dowel. You can use them as a hinge. You can use them as an axle. You can use it as an axle housing. They do fit into each other? Well, yeah. The thermometers, the 6 thermometers there that are attached to that RCS ball are holding that thermometer or that RCS ball in place. This RCS ball is attached to the SSDO. The RCS ball with the 6 thermometers on it is attached to this beam right here. It's attached to my launch pad. Now the reason why we're doing this is so we can do this. Now see, I have another one of those pilot dowels here for the pad, and if I hit 2, that shuts off same vessel collision. And see, it's sagging. If I hit 1, it'll lock it back into position. See? It locked it in. The problem is, I need these undone to move the pad vertical. So, see what I'm talking about there? See that sag? That's no good. Especially if you want to make a reusable pad. You can't have parts wearing like that on the first try. That's not okay. But it doesn't seem to be that big of a deal. We will still try to rotate this. All right, let's try for it. Yeah, Slow Chief. I love Kerbal, dude. Like I said, we found ways to do despicable things in KSP, like reusable launch pads. I'm testing this for another save here, because the whole collider thing that I figured out that I just told you about, we've been doing that for a long time. I call these Kraken bearings because you're tempting the Kraken when you make stuff like this. So, explosions, obviously. Kraken bearings, this kind of design goes back to like 2016. The recent breakthrough that I had was that you can toggle same vessel collision on physics-less parts on everything that's the same vehicle. To get this to work previously, before we had the option for same vessel interaction, see that? Before we had that option, I had to undock something if I wanted it to move. So like I had landing legs on a Falcon 9 style craft, and I actually had to undock the landing legs from the vehicle when it was going down into land. And when they hit the lowered position, I would have another docking port and it would snap dock them into position. But they would use the thermo bearings to rotate when we undocked them. They're basically stuck inside of a housing. It works. Then the robotics came, and we couldn't undock vehicles if you wanted to use robotics, right? They put the robotics in the game, and you basically couldn't do this because if you want your robotics to work correctly, you'd have to undock, you'd have to make a separate vehicle. So I abandoned the Kraken Tech idea for like 3 or 4 years. Fast forward to like 2 months ago, I was messing with something. I forget what we were doing. I think I was trying to build like a lattice crane or something, and we figured out that now, if you just right-click on a physics-less part here, like the spectrometer there, which is also being used as a housing, and there's RCS balls inside of it, and that's the hinge for my main hydraulics right there to pull the pad up. We figured out that if you go into your action groups, you right-click on that physics-less part, you don't have the option for same vessel interaction. But if you go in here and click on it, it has an attribute in the action group editor to enable and disable it. So now I reincorporated Kraken Tech hinges, which are absurdly reliable, in with the robotics. I found a way to synergize them. No, I found a way to use both of them. The reason why I needed a need to do that is because these hinges aren't very strong. They're not strong, especially if you wanted to do something like this. Part of the reason why I'm revisiting this project is because I'm trying out what I call hybrid tech. It's robotics mixed with Kraken Tech, right? The reason why we're trying hybrid tech with this is because this SSTO and this pad used to explode all the time, and it was really annoying. Because the hinges would get overpowered, they would bend, they would break, and then something wouldn't be aligned, and I'd go to dock a new vehicle, and because something wasn't aligned, Kraken. Explosions. Heh, balls. That just doesn't explode while moving? Nope. Here, I'll show you. Ready? Play it. Here we go. This is the first time I'm trying to do this since I upgraded the pad. Let's see what it does. It'll take a second. Are these animating? Oh. Hold on. Nothing's happening. Oh, I forgot to rebind the Cal controller. I'm an idiot. Okie siddly diddly dokey, oh. I'm an idiot. Yeah, that's true. So we need to go into master rotational control. All these Cals do something, by the way. I have a freaking primitive computer attached here. That reminds me, did we ever get multi-port docking back? You have primary and secondary docking ports. If you attach a primary port, you can attach a secondary port, Hell Hydra. But if you have your secondary port attached and you undock your primary port, it'll snap dock the secondary port and flip the hierarchy on whatever you docked. And if you flip the hierarchy, that coupled with physics reload usually leads to explosions. Yeah, that's an easy way to trigger a Kraken strike. Very easy way. Okay. The erector rotational control should start in the zeroed position because the launch box is upright. It should start in the high position there. 90-second controller. Okay. That should do us. Alright, and play. Is that controller enabled? All the controllers are enabled, right? Yes, they are. And the sequencers, that one's going backwards, that one's going forwards. Alright, this thing should turn upright here. Let's see. Oh, something snapped. I saw something snap back there. It's binding. Why is she binding up? Ooh. I mean, she's working, but we got some serious problems going on there. Something is weird with the launch box holder pegs. It's the outer pegs right here that aren't really working. The inner pegs, see, these two housings right there go to the hinge for the erector, which is this piece right here, which is holding that forward bipod strut. These outer hinges here go to the launch box, which is basically the frame that the thing sits on when we're vertical and we launch from it. Something very strange is going on with these, and I'm not 100% sure what it is. Oh. It popped back into position. Oh, boy. We had some binding there. Anything still locked? I don't think so, but that's what that did look like. It looked like blue. It looked like something was locking. Let me select both hinges. Both hinges are good. And it's not binding no more. Are any of these hinges motorized? Motor's disengaged. Motor disengaged there. That was weird. I'm not sure why it did that. I'm not sure why it bound up like that. I want to say that shouldn't have happened, but Huh. That's not supposed to be like that. Okay. That I attached the air brake to that SRB and not attached it to the pads. That means when we drove jet truck up on this thing, it crushed an air brake that was attached to this and could have potentially bent it out of alignment. Rover wheels, they do that. Anything with suspension in KSP really has a lot more force than you think it does. But, more or less, we do have pretty damn good alignment here. We do have, yeah, that's not bad. Now, I should be able to unlock this. Yeah. You're taking the physics simulation to the most extreme limits. That's what I do, man. And look, yeah, the pitch axis. So let me go in here like this. Make sure we select the right docking port. She is rocking a little bit back and forth. Select our forward docking port, making sure we're controlling from there. 89.9. It's pointed straight up. Yeah, she's pointed straight up. You know what I'm wondering, dudes? The grip pad. You know how MLV has the 4 grip pads right there? Maybe we should do that. That'll get these hold down points to stick. You know what I mean? Alright, well this should... I don't think we docked that thing, so yeah, we didn't. So what we need to do, we need to hit 2 temporarily. And then we need to take this hydraulic and we need to, oh, no. Is there an option to dock this thing? We have an option to undock it, more importantly. Nope. EJ, quick question for fuel flow. Do higher priority parts use the fuel first? The higher the number, the lower the priority. So a higher number will drain last. Lower numbers drain first. Or no, reverse that. Higher the number, higher priority, I think. Yeah, so higher the number, higher will drain first. Sorry, I had it backwards. Did it used to explode at this point? Sometimes, Slow Chief. Yeah, sometimes. So I need to go back in here. We need to select that port and we need to hit disable SVI on that one. And then we need to hit 2 to disable it. And yep, that should pop out. We're bending. We're at 89.1. Hey, Rivian. What's up, dude? Okay. Alright. So what we'll do, we lock out the master rotator controller, and then we take our TE controller, the erector rotational control, reverse it, and play. Hey Adam, what's the big compass drawing at Edwards Air Force Base for? If you're testing a plane, you can easily look at that compass and reorient correctly, Adam. Yeah. Sometimes they test planes where maybe you don't have a compass on board for whatever weird reason. It's for testing instrumentation because Edwards is where the U.S. Air Force prototypes all new, and the Navy and the Army if they use helicopters and stuff. That's where they do all their prototype. Like DoD research and development for aircraft happens at Edwards. You have an inner ear infection on both sides. Ouch. The idea of making a catapult to propel this spacecraft, would it work? Or is it only working on paper? Max, I never understood the need for using a catapult or something to spin something to shoot it up into space. Like if you spin it around like a, like a tomahawk or something and, whoosh, throw it. literally throw it up into the air. I never understood that because the catapult is probably going to give you like maybe 0.5% of the energy that you need to get to space. So say I have a catapult for this SSTO, and the catapult would need, you know, like we had a trebuchet for our SSTO. We fire the trebuchet, it shoots the SSTO up in the air. This 40-ton SSTO goes maybe 100 feet in the air, right? Why do that when you could literally just fire the rocket engines for an extra second? Because firing the rocket engines for like an extra second will get you that high in the air. See what I mean? The ends don't justify the means. That doesn't make any sense. I would need a catapult that's strong enough to throw this thing up to like 100,000 feet. And that would be a big catapult. So that doesn't make sense. Just use the rocket engines. What about having an extremely long fuel extension cord? So, Slow Chief, you want to launch a rocket and you want it to tow a fuel line like a tow missile, right? And the fuel line is going to be dragged by the rocket. There's a problem with that. What's behind a rocket when the rocket engine is firing? What's behind it? Where the fuel line would be towed from? What usually comes out the bottom of a rocket? You really want to shoot flames at your fuel line for your rocket that you're firing? I mean, if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. You know what I mean? If that's what you want to do, if that's what you need to do to get to get whatever you're trying to do done, then that's what you got to do. Yeah, we're getting some pretty bad misalignment here. This thing is at 89.7. And now what I'm wondering here, yeah, so the thing hit vertical and then it's sagging. We're sagging this way, just a little bit. And that sagging is manifesting itself here in the hinge. And it's also manifesting itself there in our SSTO alignment. This thing is sagging. It's sagging to one side, which really kind of sucks. And I think that happens because of the offset docking port. Yeah, see? You can see it. Yeah. Okay. Is that going to launch today? Please hold. Now, with that being said, Max and Slow Chief, we were having that conversation. With that being said, there is a company out there called Spin Launch that's trying to do exactly what you think. Think Cursed Merry-Go-Round. They're going to spin a second stage. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not a very big second stage. It's maybe about this big, like a glorified model rocket at best. Well, not a high-powered rocket. So it's like a second stage is maybe... The engine is like this big. The whole rocket that they're going to try to fling is like maybe 15 feet long. And they're going to spin it around in this centrifuge and then let it go. The centrifuge is pointing straight up. And they're going to let it go. And they're going to yeet this thing, this little tiny rocket stage for the... I mean, the centrifuge will be like 100 feet wide spinning. Like, it's big. And then they're going to shoot it off into space. And then when it gets up to... When it coasts up there, that's when they're going to fire the engine and go. But even then, that whole system only makes sense if you're trying to launch a satellite the size of a shoebox. And that's about it. It doesn't really work good for anything else. So if you're going to go and sit there and try to reinvent the wheel for your first stage like that, yeah, there's going to be downsides. There's going to be a lot of downsides. I don't want to launch this, fellas. The reason why I don't want to launch it is because when we go to launch it, it's going to bend off the pad. I know it'll bend off the pad. It's already sagging by just sitting there. I don't know what's going to happen if I fuel this either. Now, like I said, what should happen is that this thing should go into alignment. I need it to be 89.9, not 89.3. The 89.3 is happening because, like I said, the whole SSDO is bending that way. So it's bending this way. And that's because my hold down points are precise enough. These pilot dowels that I was working on, Slow Chief, aren't, the tolerance isn't right. I actually think that they're, okay. So see how that one's kind of compressed a little bit? And see how it's clipping into the thermometer, and that one isn't? I'm not going to sit here and say that this might be misaligned. Oh, no. Okay, so the reason why that's happening is because the launch box is like this and the SSTO is like that. Now, why would that be like that? What about a giant SR-71 plane, like 10 times the size? You put a spin launch centrifuge to get it at Mach 3. It's doable. Sure, you want to build a plane that big? I'm not saying we can't do that, right? Of course we could. Why not? Right? There's stuff like Stratolauncher, right? The Stratolaunch ROC is gigantic. That's bigger than a 747. But now you made a plane the size of an aircraft carrier. What runway you taking off from? How big of a runway do you need? How heavy is this plane when it's fully fueled with the rocket on? Rockets are heavy. Seaplane, problem solved. And if there isn't calm waters? Actually, what you're proposing, Slow Chief, sounds like a project that I worked on a little while back. You'll like this, trust me. This sounds like the K90, fellas. Check this out. I had something that kind of is like that. I wanted to make a plane that could just go anywhere in Kerbin. Go anywhere with an 18-ton payload on Kerbin. Just anywhere. Like, you could fly it anywhere. You fly it to the pole, you could fly it to the other side of Kerbin, you could land, you could fly it back. I wanted to make a plane that was gigantic, and it barely freaking fits on the runway, but here, I'll show you. Where is she? Speaking of 747s, I need to show you something. Like, literally cool. Alright? Yeah, there it is. Look at that thing, Slow Chief. I used an open fairing as a cargo bay, and the whole tail of the plane actually folds up. Think like how a C5, like the front nose of the plane, like cargo plane, opens up. I did that to the back of the plane. The back of the plane actually opens up, and it's just a fairing with no nose cone. It's a cylindric fairing, and the fairing plate is up here. And you can drive stuff in, and if you dock something inside of that fairing, it occludes it. I have a payload bay that's 5 meters wide that I can drive stuff into, and whatever I drive into, Kerbal sees it as being shielded. Yeah, and the plane flies excellent. So, gigantic seaplane that launches things into space. That could work. It's possible. I mean, like I said, you're gonna end up building a plane that's the size of an aircraft carrier. And don't get me wrong, Slow Chief. I'm not saying we couldn't do that. Of course we could do that. But engineering comes down to one fundamental principle, okay? Everything with engineering comes down to this. What are you doing? That's it. That's all. What are you doing? So in the case of what we're talking about, right? What are we trying to do? What are we doing? Well, we're trying to figure out a better way to get things into space, right? And in trying to think about a better way to get things into space, we're now trying to make the biggest plane by far and away ever made. That's a seaplane that can go as fast as an SR-71, that can deploy a payload at hypersonic speeds, have enough fuel to get home, turn around, fly back, and land in sea. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm all for doing the crazy stuff like that. But I can't help but think that just making a first stage for your rocket might be a little bit easier. See what I mean? It's kind of a weird thing. You got to always remember that. What are we trying to do? What are we trying to make? What are we trying to make? Well, we're trying to find a better way to get things into space. The best way right now to get things into space is a gigantic first stage. Because as hard as rocket stages are to engineer, building that plane, what we just said, is probably more difficult. I've sent it to Discord DM. Check it out. let's see what we got here. Oh, Adam, you got me wanting to fly. Oh, Max, my favorite rocket. Max, I'm gonna give you link permit. Please link that video in chat. You don't need to whisper me links. Just ask for permit. It's a noctilucent cloud. Read up on it. It's beautiful, man. Bellissimo. Bellissimo, amico. Ah. What's that? Oh. How much thrust do you want? No, not yes. Frick you. That's how much thrust I want. So, a noctilucent cloud. Is that a cloud that's being backlit by the sun? Night shining clouds. It's a tenuous cloud-like phenomenon in the upper atmosphere of Earth. When viewed from space, they are called polar mesospheric clouds. Detectable as a diffuse scattering layer of water ice crystals near the summer polar mesopause. Pretty, man. It might have something to do with the STS program, I tell you what. Oh, that's dude, look at that. That's pretty, man. Max, yeah, that rocket that you linked. This guy. My favorite. A maglev up the side of a mountain, App State? What's the tallest mountain on Earth? Everest, 27,000 feet. Rockets need to, at the bare minimum, they need to get to 355,000 feet. Even so, 27,000 is not big enough. That's not a big enough catapult. We need a catapult that's at least 100,000 feet tall. Because remember, not only do you have to get up there, but you have to accelerate to 17,000 miles an hour. It's hard to do. It's difficult to do. Also, hail stick. Hail stick! Is this a thing for spin launch? Yeah, it's a thing for spin launch. Yeah, Max, that's what spin launch is supposed to do. But I don't care. I don't care about that. That's a much better way to do things. SRBs are easier to design than that thing. But spin launch are gonna do it. So frick it. Look, anybody that has any idea about trying to make a better way to get into space has my respect. And anybody that's going to put money behind it has even more of my respect. So even though I think spin launch is a little bit of an unorthodox idea, I will root for them every step of the way because that's freaking cool. All right? That's freaking cool. That's a gigantic centrifuge that yeets stuff into space. That's awesome. That's the sci-fi future I was promised as a kid. All right? We're good. I think that's a little bit of a weird idea, but we're good. Hey, Abstate, thanks for the bits. You guys, don't whisper me links, dude. Just do it in chat, man. I have enough trouble keeping up with y'all. All right, don't whisper me links, dude. Please save that for an emergency channel if you need to get my attention. Just post the links in chat, dudes, or just ask for link perms, please. I got you, JD. Que cosa? Type shuttle on that wiki page. Yep. The exhaust from the space shuttles in use between 1981 and 2011, which was almost entirely water vapor because hydrogen and oxygen, hydrolox, take hydrogen and take oxygen, you combine it together, you combust it, water comes out the back. True story. It just comes out in the form of steam because spoiler alert, what comes out of the bottom of a rocket might be a little bit warm. Maybe. You gotta have to, I mean, don't see for yourself. Don't stand, that's a train, son. Don't stand in front of them. That's a rocket engine, EJ. Don't stand in front. I think I'll have to take a mulligan on this one. It's found to generate minuscule individual clouds. About half of the vapor was released into the thermosphere. In August 2014, a Falcon 9 also caused noctilucent clouds over Orlando, Florida after a launch. Yeah! Adam, we call this jellyfishing. Yeah. That's like what space is kind of... Here. That's what space is kind of coined, like the fans of space have coined the term as a jellyfish. Here, I'll show you. Yeah, you want to see something crazy? When the sun backlights the plume, it's unbelievable. Yeah, jellyfishing. Watch this. So this is here, I got on, let me see who took this video. Skies9 took this video, YouTube user. Watch this. This gets nuts, dude. So, first stage this is going out of Vandenberg, right? So that's launching out of Vandenberg. It's about 100 miles or about 160 kilometers northwest of LA. So watch this. The first stage goes up. You're down in the atmosphere, right? So you can't, the rocket, it's still dark technically where the rocket is because the sunlight, but higher up there is sunlight. So watch what happens here. Oh, there you go. There's your jellyfish, T-Man. So, you see, as the rocket gets higher, the plume gets bigger because the gases are allowed to expand. They're allowed to expand like crazy because the atmospheric pressure is going down. There's no air up there, so the pressure drops. So the flames start getting really, really big. Look at that. Nice aerospike effect going on from Falcon 9's engines. Did you see the new Joe Rogan with Rich Benoit? Rich Rebuilds? No, I haven't, but I saw the original one. Joe Rogan said something insanely stupid on one of his casts the other day, and it honestly... Now, don't get me wrong, I ain't about to make a big deal out of it, but it honestly pissed me off. I'm like, wow, wow, you have no idea what you're talking about. Wow, okay. You just dropped a new one? Cool. And I usually don't mind listening to Joe. He's, you know, I don't usually get annoyed with what people have to say on their cast, but Adam, look at this. Does he say something stupid every day? He can say whatever he wants, JDG, but he did piss me off when he was talking about nukes. I was like, dude, that's not, no. I'll tell you guys in a second. Look at that. Look at that. Adam, see? Check that out. It's beautiful, man. See, there's the first stage. So that when this big plume expansion happened, that's the second stage. That's the difference between your nozzle. Second stage has a bigger nozzle, so the plume coming out of it is a little bit different than the first stage nozzles. So if we go back up here to staging, right? You see how the flames from Falcon right there are really nice and crisp. It's a nice column right there. But when the second stage goes, watch. Yeah, of course, yes. Yeah, of course, I do too. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just entertainment, dudes. But yeah, he did say something about nukes that really, really annoyed me. But it is what it is. I'm not gonna get like upset over it. I'll tell you guys about it in a moment. But see, there's your second stage, and there's the first stage. Look at the first stage shooting out its nitrogen RCS. Crazy, huh? And watch, the first stage will relight here. It should relight here in a second. Yeah, unless this was a RTL, or not RTLS, but look. Oh, that's beautiful, man. I got goosebumps. I'm not even kidding. That is so freaking cool. Look, there's the fairing. Those are the two fairing halves. You can see the RCS on the fairings as they reorient for re-entry, which is alright. And see the other one rotated into position? It reflects the light when it's in the right position. There's the first stage. First stage is, I don't know if that's doing an entry burn. I can't really tell. The fairings have RCS? Most fairings do. Slow Chief. Yeah, they don't tell you that part though. Most fairings have RCS. How do you get the fairings to separate? What are you going to use, a spring? No. Most fairings are a pneumatic separation system. Now don't get me wrong, they have hard latches, right? But once the thing unlatches, they use compressed gas, nitrogen or helium, and then the fairing goes, psh, it shoots out to the side. SpaceX came up with the idea of just putting additional thrusters on their fairing because it already has RCS to separate, so might as well use RCS to reorient, come back down, and land. It's already incorporated into it. It's already built in. And that's like every fairing. Atlas V, Delta, Falcon, Soyuz, they all use pneumatic fairings. Pneumatic separators for their fairings. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, that's freaking sweet, dude. Anyway, let's get back into KSP. I don't know if we you know what? It's a test. We're not in mission mode. Let's try to fuel this thing. Anyway, yeah, you know what? I don't want to talk about Joe Rogan. Screw that. It's not worth my time. Alright, so let me open up the fuel tanks for the SSTO. I haven't done this in a little while. Pin the window. We need a A151L fuel adapter. Okay, that's the front tanks. 215 fuel adapter. There's those two. To get the shape of this SSTO to work, there is a little bit of fuel tank clipping going on. The reason why is because I can't mimic the fuel densities of the real one that's using hydrogen. Our propellants in Kerbal are not as efficient as hydrogen, so I had to clip some fuel tanks in there. And the tank mass fraction is garbage, but that doesn't really have much to do with that. If we had better tank mass fractions, this may have worked a little better, but... yeah, just oxidizer tanks, please. There's another X200 right there. They fixed the bug where you have to fuel them in a certain order, right? Oh, I used oxidizer tanks on this to get it to get the price down because the oxidizer tanks are less expensive as the fuel tanks. That's annoying. X200 is there. Oscar B fuel tank is the payload fuel. There's the Mark II fuselage. Alright, so that's there. X232, I should have 4 of these. And we should have 4 X216s. Yeah, I know, this gets to be a cluster. This is what happens when you operate your own pad. Okay, so we are missing some. There's an X216. We should have, actually, 2 sets of 4 because the forward and aft tanks. Alright, so that's going to go there. That goes there. That goes there. Like I said, this is what happens when you build your own pad. You have to do manual fueling if you want to reuse something. That, and it's easier to put the rocket together when there's no fuel in it. It's easier to get it upright. That's what she said. There's the payload fuel. There's that. Alright, I think we got it. Let me just double check it. So, aft fuselage. Okay, there should be 4 X200-32 tanks. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now stacked on top of that, there should be an X200, 16. Nope, those tanks aren't parallel. There's the two parallel tanks right there. That's the forward X200 right there. So those two go together. The tanks are in symmetry on either side. I just want to make sure. This is my way of checking to make sure I have all the fuel tanks up. Yep. Okay. So these 8 tanks over here, 4X32s and 4X16, that is the 2 aft bilobe fuel tanks. That's how many tanks make it up. It's 8 fuel tanks, and they're kind of, like I said, they're clipped into each other, and then that's clipped into a fairing to get the vehicle to fly correctly. So Kerbal realizes that this is all one thing and not just literally a flying box of panels and fuel tanks. Okay, X216, there's the 2 parallels there, and then there should be a 215 fuel tank adapter. There should be 2 of them next to each other there, and then there should be 2 A151L fuel tank adapters. And then we should have the 2 Mark II fuselages that are on the front and the back. Some of these fuel tanks are closed out. We don't want them closed out. We want to open up all the valves for the fuel tanks here. Do you still have mission mode and engineering mode? I'm in engineering mode right now, Adam, but I kind of took a break from Kerbal for the first 6 months of this year. Just did variety streaming. That was fun, and I do enjoy it, but yeah. But yeah, because I'm getting back into playing KSP. I basically at the start of the summer I started getting back into it. So June, July, right? And basically because I'm getting back into it, I have to kind of figure out how to play mission mode again. I'm doing a lot of testing in engineering mode just so I remember how to do this. Yeah, 6 months. 6 months out of the loop. This is basically my refresher courses, man. Yeah, freaking look at what Urban was doing, Nils. That's crazy. Yeah, here, let me permit you. Freaking Urban. That guy, dude, he's a good Kerbal player. Nils, I like Urban. Urban's a good dude. Okay, so I should be able to select that fuel tank. And we should begin prop load now. Alright, so what we have to look out for is if that number, the pitch number, goes down. Because remember, the pad is sagging. The whole thing is sagging. And when we started filling up with fuel, 89.2, 0.02 degrees a second radian. Yeah, it's bending. See the rates right there? It's bending. I'm not sure if filling this up with fuel is going to work. I know you've already seen this, but it's too good to not do. Well, yeah. Yeah, we'll look at that during Space News. When are you moving? Monday. Moist. August. Basically when August starts. When August starts, that's our first mortgage payment. 89.1, we've sagged 0.2 of a degree here. Not good. Yeah, this thing will probably break. It'll probably fall off the pad. Either that or this thing's going to be so bent when we fill it up with fuel that if we launch it, it'll do this. It'll go over and crash. I can tell exactly where it's bending. It's bending on the hold down points. And Ren, I think that's happening because of my relationship between the hold down points and the docking port. I think the docking port is too high. Because think about it. If the docking port was too low, we'd be sagging this way, right? We'd be sagging that way. If that docking port was too high, see how that's bending? I think my docking port is a little bit on the high side. I actually might have to lower it a smidge, which is annoying because it's not an absolute snap. Either that, Or we can just do a slight smidge up on these hold down points, because once again, if the docking port's too high, and this is see the gray right there, that's the flags. If the docking port's a little too high, that means it's holding my front hold down point up. It's holding it up, which means that all the weight is on this port over here. And if you see, as we fuel, this thing is starting to get squirrely. When stuff does this in KSP like that, that's Kerbal's way of telling you it can't hold it. There's no soft body physics. It's not like Beam. Parts in Kerbal don't crush, they just blow up. So there's no animation in Kerbal for a crushing. Basically, the part can't hold it up. That is Kerbal's way of telling you that is not working. It's not working very well. This is the problem that we had with the original SSDO pad. Couldn't hold it up. Remember how much the fairing plate used to jostle around on the big SSDO, and that's what caused it to blow up? That's Kerbal's way of telling you that it can't hold it. First thing you're carrying to your new home. I don't know. I've never really thought about it. We're at 88.5. We've deviated by at least almost a degree. Not good. Your hat. Yep, this is Kraken bait, fellas. That's Kraken bait. All day. If this was mission mode, I would stop and detank the vehicle and put it back down and drive it off of this pad immediately. Like, immediately. This is not a good thing. I will note that the pad is actually holding up pretty well. It is crushing it down at the bottom, though. Not in the good way. Yeah, this is not... It's pretty easy to see that the entire pad is crooked. Are we sagging at all? I can't tell if that's the camera or not. King, I just got sent home from work for COVID-like symptoms despite being pretty sure it's just me being anxious because of an outbreak at my work. This is exactly what I need to take my mind off everything. Thank you so much. Work gonna work, dude. Have you thought of hybrid anchoring? It is hybrid anchored, dude. And there's a catch pin right there. Hellfish. And I toggle same vessel collision off. See that lower pin right there? That lower pin is attached to the pad and the upper pin is attached to the monoprop tank. See what I'm talking about? Hybrid anchoring for the whole pad. Draco was talking about doing that, dude. I don't know what problem you guys are trying to solve. What problem is that going to solve? Is that pertaining to our current findings here at all, or is it just you just saying like, oh, we should do that? 3 degrees off. All right, I'm stopping fueling. Stop this. I don't like anchoring the whole pad because the anchor points move around because of how Kerbal's made. That's not good. Damn, I didn't realize I misjudged the docking height by that much. Also, my ohms thruster is colliding with that. I'm sure that did me no favors during integration. Okay, so that needs to move out 1 tick on the SSTO. Yeah, see it kind of... around. If we time warped right now, it'll probably break. Do we need a docking port on that side, or do we need more hold down points? So the big things that I'm seeing right now, fellas, the big ones, we need grip pads on here. We need to get the MLV design with the grip pads, because the grip pads hold things in place. They hold that thing centered, right? It's still contained by that, but it'll hold it, right? So I think we need to get the MLV hold downs and put the grip pads there instead of that strut. Now, yeah, that strut is compressing and decompressing. So we're going to need to add that there, all right? The second part that I'm looking at is my master control. My master rotational control switch is unbound from the start. We got to fix that. And if I'm looking at this all correctly, the pad is sagging like crazy. You can very, very clearly see it here. And that's not just the SSTO. The whole box is sagging. So this thing was at 89.7 before we fueled this thing. What is it at now? It's 2.5 degrees off. So what's the difference between the orientation on the aft docking port on the SSTO and the front docking port here? The front docking port is up at the very top of the SSTO. 87.2 to 87.3. See, here's the thing. Now we learned something new here. Look, it's not this. This is not sagging too much. It's sagging by maybe 1/10 of a degree. And that behavior should be understood, and we should find a way to fix that from happening. Mounting a grip pad inside of this housing should fix it. That should fix that problem. But we have a colossally big problem over here. The whole thing, the whole pad is sagging like crazy. The grip pads are not providing a good enough surface. This grip pad down here is not a good enough thing. Look, it's moving. Watch it. See it tick around like that? The whole pad sags. Under load. The whole thing does. We got to come up with a stronger design. What I'm thinking, fellas, take the toggleable collision pin right here, and instead of a thermo bearing that's going up and down, get a spectro bearing. So these housings here, and put the housing horizontally here, and then have 4 pins down here that hold it in place. Now don't get me wrong, the grip pad will still be touching the monoprop tank, but that will help keep everything nice and true. Look at the shear on the I-beams. Oh, I see it. Look, yeah, it's bending. It's bending out of spec like crazy, especially right there. Now, Loopy, that tells me that I might need a strut going from here to here. Now let's check the shear on the upper I-beams. Oh yeah, still a thing. Not as bad because there's a strut there. Now, this strut looks like it's connected to that I-beam, but it's in fact connected here. I just moved it into that position to get it out of the way. Yep. Yep, there's some things that need to be addressed. But this was the first test with this design. You know, we're not going to do I can't sit there and calculate the joint strength on parts. So, because it's Kerbal, it's not real life. I don't know what this thing is going to do until we get it out here and actually do it. So, hey Wes, also good to see you. King Room, what a weird way to run into you on twitch.tv. Hope it turns out all right. King, you know Wes or what? Can you use the I-beams to straighten and get rid of the problem? The I-beams work fine, Clayton. The problem is, just like real life, is where you weld the I-beam to another I-beam. You have differential molecular structures there in real life. The weld is technically stronger than both the I-beams. But at the end of the day, when you weld two things together, the weld is usually stronger than the I-beam. So if you have a part that's under load, you really have to make sure you weld the heck out of it. You have to do basically, you have to like deburr the pipe. Like I digress. It doesn't matter. Where I basically welding parts together in this is attaching them in the SPH, where I attach a part. That's like welding two parts together. But just like in real life, the part does sag. They will sag. So an I-beam, putting a bunch of I-beams down there is not the end-all be-all fix to this problem. Understand? Yeah, King is frequently in another channel I mod for. I don't know if they know me, but I recognize them. Not all KSP related either, so just a coincidence. Wes, I'll tell you, when I'm watching other streams, it's always, like, to see a viewer that watches this stream and another stream. Not that I'm, like, jealous or anything like that. I'm just like, oh, I know that guy. I know that guy. Oh, yeah. Oh, that guy watches this stream, too. That's cool. I was just thinking out loud. Yep, I know. And I explained it out loud back to you. All right, so we do have sag on the pad here. That's no good. And we definitely have, the majority of sag is happening on the entire pad, which is good to know. All right, so here's what we'll do. Let me detank the rocket. Gas close out here. Shouldn't be draining from any of those tanks. Yep. Okay, cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Jackery, 51 months. What's going on, buddy? One hop. We're having some very bad pad sagging problems here. I'm just doing a fuel dump. You know what? That's going to take forever. Never mind. Set these back into the safe for vessel drain rate. Oh, we could always up the drain rate, I suppose. Oh, hello, Gee. Alright. I wouldn't normally do this. What we should do, what we should be doing, fellas, is safing the vehicle and then bringing it back down. But since we're in engineering mode, let's have some fun. Alright, we are on a half tank, so you all say when hop. This is not going to end well. Things are good. Might have the run of it, managed to avoid it now, but stuff happens. I avoided it through the entire pandemic, Jackery, and then I got it a month and a half ago. Took me a freaking month to get over it. The main, like the bad stuff was in like the first 2 days, but then it just kind of lingered like a freaking cold. But worse. Alright. Let's see what this does. Let's see if we got our vessel hierarchy correct. Ready? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got a good lift. That actually wasn't too bad. Nice. Pitch over. What I'm gonna do here now that we're coming back down, or we're gonna come back down in a second. Let me get my main body flap control out, and then let me get my speed brake controller, and we will get our control surfaces ready to be activated. Yeah, Loopy, we have the new landing gear. Probably would be a good idea. Thing still flies pretty damn good on the way up. Still looking good, dudes. What's the end goal for this particular craft? It's an SSTO, Wes. The end goal is to be able to get this thing up into space, deploy the satellite, bring it back down, land it on the runway, and drag it back over to that pad, provided the pad has the fuel. Put it back up onto the pad, take out a payload on the vehicle if it came back down with one, put a new payload in, turn it upright, send it again. Reusable vehicle, reusable pad. All you have to pay for is fuel. Stand by for Miko. We have Miko confirmed. Main engine shutdown. Stability assist controllers are on. It has down mass capability, Mammon, but with the small SSTO, guys, the up and down mass capability is 2. It can take 2 tons up and 2 tons down, and that's about it. That's the thing about SSTOs. You know, I don't have a first stage to dump. So I'm lugging basically empty fuel tanks all the way up into orbit, which is not a good thing, but... Okay. Stand by. Turning on the OMS engines. I'm going to flip the vehicle over. Stand by for apogee. Speed brake down. Our body flap down. Reorienting the vehicle for a slight re-entry here. Come on, baby, stay together. Zeroing the body flap. Hey, otherwise, started watching you since development on Condor in 2017. Glad I can support with subs now. Oh, thank you very much. Would it be feasible to haul a bunch of fuel up into orbit as a gas catch to refuel ships? If I intended it to do that pace, sure. If I intended for on-orbit refueling from the design from the start, yeah, that probably would have been a good idea. The thing is that I didn't intend for that to work. 66 months from Demon, 600 more to go? Yikes. Oh, brother. Okay. Ohms shut down. RTLS trajectory should be okay. We've gotten control of the vehicle. Okay, body flap is in the up and retracted position. Couple that with the deployed speed brake on the top, we should be able to keep the nose up. I'm pretty sure we can coast it. Yep. TPS is doing exactly what it should be. See how it's not generating a lot of lift? It's because they're all node attached together. It doesn't generate a lot of body lift. You'd think that this would really slow us down. It really doesn't. It just depends on how you put the thing together. Okay. We're coming right back down at that runway here. Everything is looking a-okay. This is your first well, this is your first time here. Right on. Is it not a falling brick? Yeah. Of course it's a falling brick, dude. Look at our climb rate. So that's vertical speed. Our vertical speed is minus 77.4 meters a second. So that means we're falling this way. Clayton, take a look. Our forward velocity right now is 131 meters a second. We're falling down at 77 meters a second. So this thing is coming in like this. It's falling like a freaking brick. Yeah, this thing is... I engineered these vehicles. They're not designed to fly well. I engineered these... They're not designed to fly well in KSP. They're not... And it's really easy to make something fly well in KSP if you really know what you're doing. I engineered this vehicle to fly like the real one. And I fudged a lot of things with its design to get it to fly like the real one. But it flies like the real thing. So, how do I know how the real thing flies? Just in case you're wondering. How do I know how that works? Well, check this out. You know how this stuff works? We have many a PDF that we looted off of NASA's technical resources that talk all about aerodynamics. That's it. That's not one of them. Here, let's try this one. AIA hypersonic test. I basically looted the wind tunnel testing evaluation right here. There's all the data from wind tunnel testing. Drag, side slip, how the vehicle performs hypersonic, the Schlieren tests, if you know what that is. Yeah, it's all public resource because the X-33 was a NASA project. Yeah, I went and read all this crap. It's not crap, it's really freaking cool and I love it. But yeah, I call it that because nerd. You know how this stuff works. So yeah, I tried to fudge it in Kerbal and make it fly as well as the real one to the best of my understanding. Keep that nose down. We got to keep our airspeed. Yeah, look at it this way, Clayton. That's the only way we can keep our speed. If I tried to pull up right now, this thing will stall and it'll fall backwards. Not good. Okay, adjusting for the flare. Close out that speed brake. Okay. Schlieren imaging. Ja, Schlieren ist gut, ja? How much would a parachute have on performance? It's wasted mass. It's wasted mass for the same reason why building fuel depots up there is not useful for my vehicle. You know why it's not useful? Because I didn't design the vehicle to do that. That's not my expectation. Remember, what are you trying to do? Well, I'm trying to make a vehicle that doesn't need to refuel. I hate those landing gear. I don't like them. I think it looks strange. I don't like it. I'm going back to the single gear. Yeah, I really don't like them. Closing out control surfaces. Control surfaces are all closed out. Body flap should be re-zeroed into the pitch position. It was a good landing. It's all right. Not the worst. That ain't my worst work. Okay, we're rolling out on the runway. Safe in control surfaces. Control surfaces are locked out. It looks perfectly fine. No, it's sagging in the back, Chief. It looks like a friggin' tractor, dude. What are you talking about? I hate it. I hate it so much. I freaking can't stand it, man. What you could do is have some elevators serve as landing gear doors. Loopy, I don't care if it deploys through the thing. This thing's already complicated enough. But yeah, that would be cool. It wouldn't be the first time I've done it. We got a wheel stop. RTLS complete. There we go. Wheel stop on the K33. Highest altitude achieved. We had an apogee of 41 kilometers, almost on the dot. 605 meters a second. Most G's endured 2.9. Not bad. It looks like a tractor, man. That doesn't... The nose up thing looks like a squatted truck. I freaking can't stand it. I hate it. I hate it. If anything, what I'm going to do is take these landing gear and move them a tick down so the thing actually sits correctly. Because look, it looks like a tractor. Yeah, those need to go a tick down because that spring sags like a melon farmer. All my friends know the ship that rides low. I got to change the lyrics up so I don't get sued by anyone who thinks they deserve all the content from the revenue from the stream. So this car rides low and it bounces. All of my friends like this car that rides low. Then we're going to make it ride not low. Yeah, I don't like... We can stick with these, but I really, really hate what it's doing. I really don't like it. I don't like that it sags. It's the squatted truck thing is just... Ugh. It doesn't look bad from here. That looks actually kind of cool, but we just need to get that back up in the air a little bit. And we are getting slight wheel stress here, which is not really what I wanted. Slight wheel stress means that the gear can't hold this thing up, but it's kind of interesting to me because they didn't have stress when I put the vehicle out. The big landing gear will do fine.
No, it won't! What do you think you are, some kind of Jedi, waving your hand around like that? I'm a Tidarian. Mind tricks don't work on me. Only money.
Alright, well, plane seems to be okay. And I would go get it if the jet truck wasn't flipped over. Yeah, that's left over from the docking. The jet truck's seen better days. How's this thing looking? Let's check alignment on this thing. Control from here, 89.6. So when we left, the thing sprang back into position, which is, yeah. Yeah, and it did spring back into position, but it did shear the I-beams. See? It's bent. Stuff in Kerbal bends. You can bend things, and it'll stay like that now, which is, see? It'll stay bent. So, like, if you have a bunch of I-beams and you crash them into something, they're not going to break. They'll just bend out of shape, and then it'll stay like that. Parts wear out in KSP, which is actually really interesting. I think that's actually really neat. All right, so hit 2, launch box rotational controller. Take this cow controller, which is disabled. Move the master rotational controller, reset position 0. Take that, move it back. Hit 2 to unsafe the locking pins on the pad. And let's see if the box moves back into position. Why is the jet truck flipped over? I couldn't control it when it was rolling down because the steering wheels, it has rear wheel steering, kind of like a forklift. They were all broken. So I just rolled it down the hill and it flipped around and snap oversteered, and that was the end of that. It's because they insist on using single precision variables for the save file. It's probably for an optimization, but man, we can get around this. I can solve part bending. That's no problem. I think it's parts wear out, Clayton. If you introduce them to more load, if the load is higher during a load cycle for said part, it'll wear out faster. Real life does that, fellas. Real life, that's why we have mechanical engineers. So they can figure out how to make stuff last longer, or they could make it junk car parts and not last longer, whatever. Did KSP get a new update? They're doing hot fixes from what I understand, but no new content, which kind of sucks. But that's because they're all hands on KSP2, which is pretty good. So, Mammon, I'm noticing that there is a little bit of torsional load here. And that came from whatever problem we had when we went to move the SSTO with these things kind of freaking out. I don't know what happened in there. We're going to have to check it. Roll. See, we're at 0.1 degree roll, which means, like I said, the whole box kind of torsioned out a little bit under load. Because look, see? Yeah, see? You can see it manifested. See, look at that beam, and look at its relationship to that beam, and then look at it over there. Yep. Torsion. The whole box went like this. So like if these are the sides of the box, it went like that, and that's why we have a roll here. It looks like it did iron it out though, interestingly enough. But when I go to secure this thing, when we go to safe it into the locked position, it's stuck pitched up 0.6, which means the whole thing bent. That 0.6 degrees right there, fellas, is from when the SSTO was sitting on it and it bent the entire thing. There's your wear. Heading is still correct, 270. That's right. And actually, yeah, it ironed out the roll, which is interesting. Which means it bent something back, I think. KSP2, nice joke. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep playing KSP1. So, the changes to the pad loopy that we need grip pads here, and then I need to change the pad the holding pad device here. We'll use the grip pads to keep the pad located. If I put a spectro bearing down here with some RCS balls off the sides of this, instead of just one right there, we'll put pins on the side, or I'll hide some pins in here to make it look cool. And then when the pad is in the downward position with 0 sag, we'll lock those pins into place with same vessel collision. And yeah, that should do it. Yeah, see, now if I'm looking at this right, this thing should be, it's set to 0.0. Oh dear. The master hinge. So that's the hinge that the launch box is connected to. And then I have my hybrid tech bearings for it out here, right? That's the hinge that it's connected into. The hinge is aligned correctly, but if we control from here, that docking port is not aligned correctly. Which is also... So what happened here is that the hinge didn't move. The hinge stayed in position. The pad bent relative to the hinge. Which probably explains why my pins here freaked out when we went to lift the thing. I think. Because, yeah, that shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have happened like that. Big Z! Yeah, okay. So, Loopy, we need grip pads up here. We need a better alignment pin mechanism down here. We need a better key to hold the pad in position so it doesn't sag. Because I think the grip pad is what was sagging. And then we need to run some struts in here to make sure that that doesn't happen. Because look, take a look. Down here, it's pretty bad. Up there, where I do have struts run, oh, it's still pretty bad. That's not good. Is it as worse as it is out here? Hold on. No, not nearly. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we need to fix. Okay. Good flight, though, fellas. We'll make the necessary changes, and we'll integrate it and do it again. We'll do it live! Frick it! This frickin' thing sucks! Okay, recover the vehicle. Did we see any particular issues from the SSTO? I really didn't. But I do want to make a modification to that thing. Can't you convert those game files into files? You can look at the design on SolidWorks and see where things are failing. Kerbal's physics simulation isn't in SolidWorks, Clayton. No, you can't do that. Alright, recover it. The landing gear looked at me funny. Yeah, we do have to change the landing gear. So, let's go back in here. Yeah, it was just an idea. I know. I got you, man. All good. Also, SolidWorks. Oh, we don't need to load. We already have the SSTO craft file was open by default. Switch editor. So the big thing with this one... The big thing with this one is... the landing gear. This landing gear sags like a melon farmer, so we need to give that boy a little tick down. The other thing I noticed with the SSTO is that that is sitting on the integration rail, the OHMS engine. So I have to, unfortunately, we got to move it a little ways out. Oh, we got to move its mount, not it. We have to make sure it's clear. What we could do is move the RCS out and then move that all the way there. Because it looked a little bit weird being on the tangent line like that. And then what we could do is just move this back in here like this. I know that thing's not going to get in the way. Nah, I don't like that. I could flip this around and over, and then make it look like it's part of it. Yeah, there we go. Make it look like it's part of that, like it's a housing or something. I wish I could paint the shroud for that thing a different color. That would be really cool. But the shrouds do look nice. Actually, hold on. Maybe we do this. Oh. Hang on one second. Flags all got to be the same color if you don't want them to Z fight.
Discovery, go
Nope.
on throttle up.
I hate it. Thanks. I hate it. Yeah, that looks weird. Keep it dark. Dark mode, baby. Dark mode, baby! I know this might be a dumb question, but since the vehicle itself is a lifting body, would it be possible to launch from a 90-degree angle and use the lift to counter the grav loss? You want me to take it off like an airplane? I mean, you know this thing has no wings, right? Those are basically elevators in a rudder. There's no wings on this plane. Lifting bodies, I mean, dude, we could make it take off. We could make it do that if you really wanted to. Sure. I could make it do it. Why though? Why would I do that? I mean, okay, so Hibbit, I know that was like kind of the basis for your question. So hear me out. Does it pay to go faster horizontally relative to the ground? Does it pay to go faster horizontally down here or up there? Think about it. Nah, not like an airplane, but at like a 75-degree angle. We would need an extremely high thrust-to-weight ratio. Or like a catapult or something if we were going to do it. We can't just solely rely on the rocket because it's designed to take off vertically. We wouldn't get going fast enough for the aero control surface to be able to compensate for what's called a cosine loss in thrust. Basically because the engines aren't pointed directly parallel with gravity, because they're pointed like this. Some of the engine's power, some of the engine's force that it's making is imparting horizontal velocity on the vehicle. Some of it is imparting vertical, right? Because we're taking off like this, right? Now, if you think about that, kind of consider that for a second, because not all of the rocket engine is being used to push you straight up. Some of it is being used to push you horizontal. Now I need the wings to compensate, and I need the wings to generate that lift, that upward force that we didn't get from the rocket engine. Okay? So that's a grav loss, basically. Gravity, the force of gravity is pushing down more on the vehicle than the rockets can push up. So taking off like that, we could do it, but the vehicle would do this. Because I would have to get the vehicle going fast enough, right? I would have to get the vehicle going fast enough to be able to get the aero control surfaces to generate the force that we lost from using part of the rocket engine to make us go horizontal. Understand? I don't know if my lifting surfaces can do that. What I will tell you is this: I definitely didn't intend for this vehicle to do it. So if we were going to see if that was going to work, what we'd need is a big launch rail. We'd need probably like a 100-meter long launch rail, and the thing would have to ride down the rail, and it would have to get to the point where we'd have to get going fast enough to the point where our aero control surfaces are generating lift by the time we get off of the rail. If we had a long launch rail, yeah, we could probably negate it. But I honestly think what I made here is probably easier to do than making a gigantic launch rail like that. Could I do it? Hybrid tech? Oh yeah, absolutely. Sure, why not? Of course I could do that. But I mean, that would be a fun project. I'm not going to lie to you. But the whole point of this is to get this done, you know? Build a jet cart. Oh, God. Yeah, you could always do the Rado solution if you really want to. You could always do the brute force solution like this with some attachable SRBs. What do you want your takeoff distance to be? The runway is 5,000 feet long. What do you want the distance to be? About 50 feet. Thrust to weight ratio is the only way to overcome that cosine loss that I'm talking to you about. But even the C-130, if you see it, it gets up off the ground for a second and then it kind of does this and then it goes. Watch, right there, kind of sails down for a second and then it gets going. Have you landed on the moon in KSP? I've landed on the moon so many times in KSP app state that I don't even have a number for you how many times I've done it. Oh yeah, also the thing is designed to land in 50 feet too. That proved to not be a good idea. You'll see why here in a moment. So what they were trying to do is basically get these rocket motors to stall the plane at the exact moment when the wheels touch the ground. The problem is, during testing, they fired the rocket engines a little too early. Yeah, guy fired the rocket engine a little too early. Watch. They stalled it right off the runway and did a drop test. Watch the propeller. Okay. Remember how those two engines were like right next to each other? Give it a second. You know, I ain't an aerospace engineer, but I'm pretty damn sure something went very wrong here. I'm pretty sure that's not what you wanted to do. And it was at this moment that the pilot promptly crapped his pants. Because think about it. Your wing just snapped. You're spraying fuel all over the place because the wing just snapped off. And you have rocket engines firing right next to it. I would be like, run, 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 get out of the plane, go, go, go. Yep, shear load on wings. It 154'd the wing. A little bit different than Boeing's 154 test, but it 154'd the wing, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. I actually did a deep dive one time, fellas, to try and figure out where that C-130 is nowadays. It's in the ground in those trees over there. Yeah, they buried it because they didn't want anybody to know. What this project is called Credible Sport. What the U.S. was trying to do is land a C-130 in Iran's national soccer stadium, rescue the hostage in Iran, and then jet out with the C-130. That's what they were trying to do. That's what this project was. It was a test flight for Credible Sport. And when it didn't work, they took this C-130 and they buried it in the dirt back there because they didn't want anybody to see it. There were two other C-130s that were modified for Credible Sport. I tried to find them on Google Earth. That proved to be a little bit difficult. I think one of them is in the boneyard. I did find it, but yeah. Yeah. Stall. 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 Oh, yeah. See the two propellers? The plane wing is going this way, and the center of the propeller's down there. The wing didn't make it. Yeah, that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to land in the stadium, and then once they got the hostages in the stadium with the C-130, yeah, nuts. Yeah, they quickly figured out that that project was a very, very bad idea. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that was a great picture, Adam. Yeah, that was a bad idea. Actually, funny story. There were 3 planes that were made with those SRB packs on the side. There were 3 C-130s that were retrofitted. One of them is in the boneyard. One of them's buried in the dirt at that airport. It's Elgin Air Force Base Auxiliary Field. And then I've actually found the third one. I remembered where it was. It's Where are you? It's in New York. I forget where it is. It's upstate somewhere. There it is. Third credible sports C-130 right there. Congratulations, you cooked your hostages. See? It's at a museum. It's at this museum in New York. There's a lot of cool planes. This is a good little museum. A lot of planes here. F-106, A-4, F-5, F-14, MiG-21, MiG-17. That's a MiG-15, F-105, A-10, F-4, F-101, F-86, A-5 Vigilante. That's a rare plane. Looks like we got an A-6 right there, F-8. Another... No, that's not an A-6. That's a British plane. I forget the name of that thing. There's an A-6 right there. There's a C-2. And then I forget the name of that plane, too. That's a trainer plane. It's a, like I said, pretty damn good museum. You got a Huey right there. Another Huey over there. And then the C-1... There's a C-130 over there. You can do it in KSP, Nils. It works. I don't think that's a Harrier. No. Aramil, if I'm remembering correctly... Actually, yeah, maybe. You might be right. That could be the Hawker Siddeley variant. So that not the AV-8B that we have over here. The US variant's a little bit different. There's an A-10 right there. Yeah. A-5. That's a really cool plane. Wasn't really used very much, though. Harrier didn't have folding wings. That's what I was about to say, Demon. I don't think Harriers had folders. Because they're a jump jet. They don't, like... I mean... Here. It said XD228. So, XD228 plane. Nope. Now maybe it's BAE. That's a handgun. Yeah, the A-5 is a sweet looking plane. Could be a Seahawk. That looks right. Nice plane. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that you're probably right, Pigzig. That looks correct. Yeah, exactly, Demon. Yeah, you can't have folding wings with the Harrier because of the bleed air RCS. This is something I really wish they would have put into KSP-1. Using intake air as a commodity for in-atmosphere RCS instead of monopropellant. That's what a Harrier does. A lot of people don't know. The Harrier has a reaction control system on it, just like a spacecraft. Literally the same thing. Only it uses a tap-off from the Pegasus engine. There's basically an intake sitting behind the exhaust from the Pegasus engine, and the jet engine shoots air into that intake, and it pressurizes it. And that's what fills your RCS tanks. It's called bleed, air bleed, because you're bleeding some of the you're bleeding some of the pressure off of the engine, right? Actually, to be 100%, to be straight, it's not like an intake sitting behind the jet engine. Bleed air happens before the combustor, so it's after compression. There's the pipes that come out of where the end of the compressor is, right before air at high pressure goes into the combustor on a jet engine. That's where it taps off from. It's not like having an intake behind it. It kind of is, but it kind of isn't. The tap is midway through the jet engine, before combustion. And then you get that bleed air, and it pressurizes pneumatic tanks in the Harrier, and it has RCS to move around. I'm telling you, the Harrier is genius. That is one of the craziest plane designs I think I've ever seen. It's one of the British aviation industry's crown jewels. That thing is so cool. The X-32 and the F-35 do that as well. Yep. Mm-hmm. Take a look at the Buccaneer S2. Seems to resemble a profile a little better. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. What's that plane about? I don't know anything about this plane. The Blackburn Buccaneer. Are you sure, Demon? The tail. Oh, no. Tail isn't right, unless that's the photogrammetry screwing up. Here, let's see if there's any pictures. We have to do this. We have to learn. Or don't. Oh, that A5. What a cool looking plane that is. It's a shame we didn't use them too much. Well, I know, I get it. Museums can't store everything inside, but also, that plane should be inside. Let's... Rear stabilizer is the giveaway. It's a Scimitar. A Supermarine Scimitar. Whoa. Okay. I don't know anything about this plane. Yeah, that's the one. Demon, you're right. You're right. Took us a second, guys, but we got it. There's a Scimitar F1 XD220 at the Empire State Aeroscience Science Museum. It was at Intrepid. I must have gotten rid of it. There it is at Intrepid. That's the same plane. XD220. This is the museum that we're looking at. That's not a real one. That can't be a real one. It's not big enough. It's only a model. I was like, they have one of those? When did that happen? F-101, very underrated plane. Okay. I think the F-101 looks better than an F-4. But the F-4 goes faster than the F-101, so it doesn't matter what it looks like. F-4, baby. Love that plane. No, yeah, I get it. It doesn't handle very well. My favorite plane is the Space Shuttle. Were you expecting anything less from me? It goes fast. I don't care how it handles. It goes fast. That plane can break Mach 2. There's not many planes that can do that now. Okay? That is comparable in speed with an F-15 and an F-14 and an F-22 and an F-35. Thing is that the F-22 can super cruise. You got to turn the burners on to go Mach 2 with that thing. Who cares, Demon? It goes fast. It doesn't matter. It goes fast. Which is funny because the plane next to it goes really slow. That's not this. That plane is not supposed to go fast. Also, retro braking C-130 with SRBs is a bad idea. Let's not do that. Okay. Do we have all the changes made to this thing? I think we got it all. The shuttle is not a plane, it's a glider. It's a space plane, Chief. You can say whatever you want. Plane is in the name. And even if I said SR-71, my point still stands. If I said the SR-71 or the XB-70 is my favorite plane, point still stands. Still goes just as fast. Well, not as an SR-71 or an XB-70, but close. I raise you the X-15. No, the X-15 doesn't count because it had to be launched from a mothership. See, we can play this game all day. Yeah, your point stands? Yeah, sure, your point stands. If you want to look stupid, boom. Suppose make your point then, fool. Alright. You picked the wrong aircraft, fool! I'll take 2 Concords, an SR-71 large, a C-130 with extra retro brake. I mean, your point stands? No, you don't. Let's see what this... Jeez, how many... Jeez, US, how many planes do you need? We. I'd rather you play KSP all day. Yeah. It is technically space news time. Yeah. You said SS-71. I got nothing more to say after that. Yeah. SR-71s are pretty cool. How's the SSTO going? Not bad. Not bad. I did fly it, but we had some sagging problems on the pad that we need to fix. That's the changes that I wanted to make to the SSTO. We did move some stuff around. That thing's good to go. Yes, the X-15 is faster than the SR-71 in the category of non-orbital aircraft launched and not included. Ha. Yeah, but 2020, you got to remember, people that like the X-15 are dumb. So you're dumb. Shame. Imagine not being able to take off under your own power. This post made by SR-71 gang. You forget that whoever doesn't want to go to war is dumb. I want to go to war? No, I was the first one that wanted to go to war. Well, someone's got to be dumb. That's not the answer. Whatever. Shut up. Alright. Let me make the changes for this. Then we'll go to space news. And there's not much. I always say that. There's plenty of things to talk about. Let's be real. So, yeah, first thing I'm going to do is get rid of that. Second thing I'm going to do is get rid of that docking port, because that was just used for mock-up. This system did work fine. So, let me get this figured out. We'll do Space News for a little bit, and then we'll jump back into KSP. This pin system did do what I wanted it to do, but the whole pad decided to sag. Can't hold up. It can't stay attached to that entire pin like that. The X15 and SR71 can live together in harmony. Alright, fine. How about I'll meet you in the middle, chat. How about we take an SR71 and we put an X15 on the back and we deploy it going Mach 3? Now, before you say, what do you mean? What? Why would we do that? Well, first of all, the SR71 is capable of piggybacking something, because it did. Second of all, the thing that it did piggyback is about the size of an X15. Maybe a little bit smaller. But yeah, it absolutely did. Yeah. So, how about we just put an X15 where the D21 should go on the aft pylon there, and yeah, have the SR71 deploy the X15 and make the X15 go faster! And then it crashes into China. No, we don't. You know what? We don't need to do that part, Pigzig. Yeah, we don't need to do that part. Yeah, see, this would work. This would work just fine. Also, D21s. Yowza. Look at that intake. So, they had a problem. They had a problem with the D21. You know what the problem with the D21 was? It went too fast and obliterated itself when they tried to shoot it off. Yeah, it went too fast. Yeah. Yeah, the D21s went too fast. And they couldn't get it dialed in time. And they went and launched one to do reconnaissance over China, and it went too fast and obliterated itself in re-entry heating. And the Chinese found the parts and said, what the hell is this? And then just threw it away because they didn't know what it was. True story. Can we mount the SR-71 on the shuttle 747 mover? Well, it has a D-21. No. 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 Launch a Pegasus from an SR-71? The mount's the wrong way, Ian. SR-71 can't have an underslung thing. I mean, I've stood under one. It's not high enough. It's not high enough to mount a Pegasus. But it might be high enough. Did they think it was one of the rocket stages? No, they thought it was junk, Seacracker. They didn't know what it was. They thought it was nothing, so they threw it away. True story. Yeah. Hypersonic drone in the 70s. Yeah. Speaking of too fast, you have that video, the hypersonic missile test you showed like a week or two ago. That's called Sprint. Sprint missile, caveman.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I know they wanted to do it with the XB-70, Pigzig, yeah. And it sees the cheers. 42-month resub. Stupid question, are we sure they threw it away? Perhaps? Alright, so here's what we're going to do. Let's get the grip pads figured out. I'm going to move these up just a little bit. And then I'm going to use local orientation, and I'm going to move this up over here like this. And then I'm going to move that one up just a tick. And then we'll use local to realign this back over here like that. Just the tick. Alright, save that into the SSTO program. Now we got to get some grip pads like we did. I don't know if these grip pads are going to work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Speaking of, a Long March 5 re-entry is currently expected for Saturday, but none of the major space tracking agencies have released a more precise figure. Uh-oh. NOAA's SWOMI MPP, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration's Finland nuclear power plant entered safe mode after... Wait, SWOMI MPP after a non-nominal state. Which one is that? NPP is not nuclear power plant. Farhund, 43-month resub. Thank you. It's a weather satellite. Uh-oh. And it's called SWOMI? Alright. Extreme grip. My summer set. Did you use Cura for 3D prints? I used Cura. I still use it, but I used to as well. Alright. Well, that oh god, that should do it. We also saw something freaking out down here, and I'm not 100% sure what it was. The only thing I could think of is that we didn't have same vessel collision on the right stuff here. So let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like it was named after Finnish-American meteorologist Werner E. Suomi. The sat launched onto Delta II in 2011. Wait, there's a guy from Finland and his last name was Finland? Werner Finland. Satana. I noticed something. These hinges are... That one's turned, and these ones are not. These ones should be like that, right? I'm gonna line those up, and I'm gonna see if that fixes the problem. Who was born in Minnesota. A lot of Finnish people, a lot of Finnish immigrants to the United States, Phil, moved to the Midwest, Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, stuff like that. You know why? Because they look like Finland. That's why a lot of Germans ended up in Pennsylvania. You know why? Because Pennsylvania looks like Germany. Go figure. Did you know that Pennsylvania's official state motto is seasonal depression speedrun? That's... Alright. You know, Ian, I'm not reading more into that than I need to. I'm not going to read more into it. Nope. Everything is fine. I ain't touching that one, dude. I ain't reading more into that. No, we're good. Scranton has more flooded. I'll be honest with you, I didn't ask. Didn't ask, damn it. Alright. I didn't ask. Bleh. Alright. Seasonal depression speed run. Oh boy. Alright, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Alright, Loopy, how we want to put this peg in here? So, it's very clear that pad parts are what drifted here. So all right. I'm thinking Lincoln. So the first thing I'll do is get one of these and we'll figure out where we need to put the housing. Alright. The housing can be attached to these pieces here, and that's basically the same amount of parts that we were using for a much stronger hinge. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I only used Cura, and dude, I'm not as into the 3D printing as Brimo was. Don't worry, that's changing when I set up the 3D printers in my shop and I'm able to tinker with them on stream and whatnot. But yeah, I'm not really sure off the top of my head, man. So let's think about this. So what was happening with the launch pad is that this hinge right here was holding the entire thing up, and it was compressing up against the monoprop tanks. It was compressing against them. And when it compressed up against them, I was thinking, do we want to put this hinge right over the center of mass? Because the center of mass of the SSTO is direct center of the launch box. If I do that, we're just creating shear there. But also, we do that, if we move this out here, you're also creating shear. There's just the same shearing force. You might as well spread the load points away further from the center of mass, because two of the load points technically for this thing are right there. It sits on the damn hinge. You have an Ender 3, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's what we would want right there. That's ideal. Do you remember setting it up? Bremo did all of it, dude. I don't remember. Sorry. I wish I could be more help. And that means that this pad will be resting somewhat on the monoprop, but it really depends on where I put these hinges now, doesn't it? So basically, when we go to move this thing into position, I'll have a row of RCS, and it will literally just clip right through this, and then we'll lock it into place. That's a good way to make a good locking pin instead of like trying to make something on a hydraulic or whatever. Yeah. I mean, this pad is still going to sag a little bit. Okay, let's just do it. We'll see what it does. Now, what do we want the RCS balls attached to? Balls. That part's attached to that part. This part is attached to that part. If I put it there... No. No, okay. This part is attached to there. And that part, this one is attached to there. And that piece is attached up there. What the hell is this one attached to? How did I make this? Oh, they're both okay. And then they're tied in over there. Alright, I see how I did this. Okay. You want out of this parking lot? Okay. One's going there. One's going there. We have room for 4. Okay. So now I have one attached to this, which is the end of that hierarchy tree. That's the end of that hierarchy tree. And then that's the end of this hierarchy tree. So that's the end of that one, that's the end of that one, that's the end of that one. And then ideally I'd want one for each of these. But all that's strutted together. That should be okay. And then, just to make sure that this thing really doesn't screw up, I'm going to put one on the hinge. So the thing stays true. So now, let's take these RCS balls. Let's get them lined up. Balls. And these together will make a hinge. And this will be our lock hinge. And each part of the axle, the axle and locking way is going to be attached to the different parts of the end of the hierarchy. That should eliminate the sag that we saw with the SSTO, fellas. It should eliminate it. How did you make the walls? They're flags, for realsies. They're flags with the dark panel setting. Yep. Look good, right? And they're physics-less, so they don't... Game doesn't simulate it, which means better performance. and better ingredients. And better pizza. Alright, never mind. Yeah, Burke. Less parts. I mean, all the Kraken bearings, dude. All these Kraken bearings do take up a hefty amount of parts, so I had to simplify the launch box. That's why I'm using flags. But this will really come into its own when we go to make when we go screw with the big SSTO's launch box. This will really come into its own because, yeah, I think the launch box for the big SSTO is like 100 parts, and with the flags I could probably make it 50, and that'll give me a 50 part margin to make all the freaking hinges and everything that we're gonna need for the big one. Starship carbon panel. All you gotta do is make the texture. Guys, do you mind if we kind of keep going? I want to finish this, dude, because I need the next 2 days to get the big SSTO running. Would anybody... I mean, I'm going to ask, would anybody be against it? But seriously, if you're looking forward to talking about something in Space News, with Space News, tell me. We'll talk about it while I'm working. So we can easily just jump back and forth. But I do want to finish this dang thing. No objection? Keep going. Okay, done. But I really should do Space News. The other thing is, like, maybe we should just do Space News and get it out of the way. There's no Space News of particular note. I mean, there's Relativity with their test, there's Blue Origin with their deep throttling, and then there's that. That's old, though. That's old news. Personally, I think Space News 1 day a week. Yeah, I'm not doing that. The Space News cycle is too much, Alex, to do something like that. I don't want to do that. Alright, let's keep testing. You know what? Alright, fellas, here's what we're gonna do. I will straight cap Space News to 2 hours today. I will cap it to 2 hours, and we will jump right back into KSP. I think that's a good thing. And when I mean 2 hours, I mean 2 hours. I'm not like, oh yeah, I'll make it 2 hours, ha ha ha, I won't, and then it goes for 5. No, no. I want to get it done. Flyer flies vertical at Vandy, but that's old news already too. We're gonna stray away from eyes at the Russia. Well, I talked about that yesterday in pretty good detail, Jackery. Long story short, keep flapping your gillet. Does that mean you're gonna set a timer? Yeah. Probably. I think that's everything. The last thing I really need to work on here with this pad is, I need to get the jacking points in the right spot. to do move forward jack to align with SSTO hoist point. Okay. I just need to move this forward a little ways, and I need to move it forward a little ways, and then I think we're good. And then, you know what? Instead of air brakes, maybe I should put, like, holders. So, like, when this goes up, maybe I should put the air brake on the stupid jack. Because we did have alignment problems. I'll add another thing here. Improve SSTO launch box alignment. Mechanism. Cool. Yeah, Hellhydra, there's a good bit. So, alright, we'll get that stuff done, dudes. And actually, after Space News, like, no joke, I want to get at least one SSTO launch. So that's why I'm capping Space News, because I said I would get both of the SSTOs operational by the last stream on Saturday. I'm making good progress. I'm just a little bit on the behind side. So that's what I mean. I'm straight up capping Space News to about 2 hours today. Okay? So let me take a second here. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back for Space News, fellas. Don't worry. It's not going to go 4 hours. You have my word on that one. I put myself under a deadline to get all the SSTO stuff figured out by Saturday to try and remember how to get back into mission mode and manage time and expectations. Alright, we'll jump into Space News, and then, so Space News will begin at 5. I will go to 7, probably even less. And 7, we jump right back into KSP. You have my word. I swear. Alright, let me find a movie for you all to check out. Let's see.